Good morning, 5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking at 30 degrees right now. Really chilly out there. And our high temp today around 63. Stick around for more in the forecast and for traffic right after the news. Got a new warning for you about the safety of bridges in the U.S. in the wake of last year's bridge collapse in Baltimore. Federal investigators are now calling for action.
The National Transportation Safety Board now urging dozens of bridges across the country be assessed for risk of collapse if hit by a ship. The recommendation comes as NTSB officials release new details about the collapse of Baltimore's Key Bridge. It's been nearly a year since a cargo ship lost power, slamming into the bridge, causing it to collapse, killing 6 people. Now the NTSB has identified 68 other bridges in 19 states that span waterways frequented by cargo ships, and they were built before 1991, the year new design standards were adopted to protect bridges from ship collisions.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Congressman John Rose officially launching a bid for governor in 2026. He joined WTN's Matt Murphy in studio talking about priorities, including tackling a $38 billion backlog of transportation projects, for which he says Tennesseans need to have serious conversations about what they're willing to do about it and whether it will require more taxes.
Well, I wouldn't start there because I think we are as we've seen in recent years, Tennessee's been doing pretty well with respect to revenue. And so I think it's just about figuring out what our priorities are going to be, where we're going to spend the money that we've got. We've spent money on a lot of things. We've got to set priorities, and I would say that the road area is an area where we probably haven't been applying enough of the resources that we already generate as a state.
Another one of Rose's priorities is to ensure every Tennessean is within a half hour's drive of healthcare round trip. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks ticked lower today as the markets continue to manage investors' uncertainty. The Dow losing 11 points, the S&P 12 points in the red, and the Nasdaq 59 points down. The European Union has put a pause on the first counter tariffs against the U.S. until April 15th, saying this will allow additional time for discussions with Washington. President Trump had vowed to implement a 200% tariff on European alcohol. Tesla issues another recall for its Cybertrucks, this time because of an exterior trim panel that could fall off while driving. This is the 8th recall since the Cybertrucks first hit the road back in 2023 and affects 46,000 vehicles. The New York Federal Reserve warns Americans are running out of emergency funds. In its latest survey of consumer expectations, the bank says the likelihood of households being able to afford a $2,000 emergency is just 62.7%. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
This could be a rough start on Wall Street after the opening bell. The Dow futures right now minus 141. We've got Nasdaq down 84 points and the S&P futures falling 20. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Checking out those major roads this morning. Looking good so far. No problems on 24. It looks like 40 is delay-free at this hour. And same thing for 65 heading into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 89.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and happy Friday. And I got to tell you, there is a lot of people that are happy across the country as Donald Trump signs that executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. We still do have a long way to go, but it was a big day yesterday as the president signing that executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. A lot of people incredibly happy about this. He was surrounded, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, but he was surrounded by a bunch of little kids. Did you see this?
I loved this.
He was surrounded by a bunch of little kids, and they all had their own little executive order.
And they all signed theirs, too.
And they all signed it, and they held it up just like Donald Trump did.
But we're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs. And this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work. Absolutely, it's going to work.
I saw one poll where it is like 73% of the American people are not happy with the quality of education in America. One of the things that I like that Donald Trump did, by the way, was in dismantling the Department of Education, was he did have this message to teachers.
I want to just make one little personal statement. Teachers, to me, are among the most important people in this country, and we're going to take care of our teachers. And I don't care if they're in the union or not in the union. That doesn't matter. But we're going to take care of our teachers, and I believe the states will take actually better care of them than they are taken care of right now. They'll work all sorts of systems and even merit systems. Those great teachers are going to be maybe a little bit better rewarded, or maybe that's the way it should be. But the states are going to make that decision. But we're going to love and cherish our teachers along with our children, and they're going to work with the parents, and they're going to work with everybody else. And it's going to be an amazing thing to watch, and it's really going to be something special. And
so there you go, Donald Trump talking about how his personal message to the teachers: I support you. And I like how he said, listen, whether you're in the union, whether you're not in the union, whatever, he supports the teachers. And I do too. I think conservatives, I think we get a bad rap as being anti-teacher. And I've been accused of being anti-teacher because I'm anti-teachers union. But I do understand that the teachers across America, certainly here in Tennessee, especially in places like Nashville and like Memphis, they're doing God's work. And this is incredibly challenging work. And everybody knows that. And certainly Donald Trump knows that. So I did like the message to the teachers. By the way, this all has to go to Congress. And of course, lawsuits are going to be filed. So we'll have to wait until all of this takes place before the Department of Education is permanently dismantled, although he has made a lot of cuts to the Department of Education. Now, remember that math and reading scores, they are really, really low nationally. Last year, only 39% of fourth graders and 28% of eighth graders scored at or above proficiency. And many not even meeting the basic levels. Now, again, that was in math. Reading isn't much better. So you look at these scores, and they're just terrible. And Trump understands that. You understand that. I understand that. And certainly those teachers that Trump was talking about, they certainly understand this as well.
I can tell you from dealing with the governors and others in the state, they want it so badly. They want to take their children back and really teach their children individually. Probably the cost will be half, and the education will be maybe many, many times better.
So, by the way, speaking of governors, our own Governor Bill Lee posted this yesterday. President at Real Donald Trump is right. It is time to end the Department of Education. and hand states the reins, our governor says. Tennessee has proven that when states lead, students succeed. We can once again make an American education the gold standard across the globe. Now, we all know that here in the state of Tennessee, we passed the Governor's Education Freedom Act, of course, controversial. But in the end, I do believe, not perfect, but I believe that it was the right thing to do. We have, in the past several years, and you folks know this, we've seen some good gains. We are above the national average for fourth graders. In math, and again, this is for fourth graders because we're talking about the national report card earlier. In math, the national average for fourth graders was at 39% at or above proficient. Here in Tennessee, we're at 42% and rising, by the way. In reading, the average at or above proficiency level nationally was only 30%. Here in Tennessee, we were at 32% and again, rising. Eighth graders, by the way, saw similar percentages above the national average. Still, those scores aren't great. I mean, when you look at the scores across the country, they're just terrible. And what have we gotten for our money? I keep saying this. We have invested trillions and trillions of dollars into the Department of Education over the years, and our scores, I mean, quite frankly, they suck, and they're getting suckier.
President Trump is not failing America's children. He is saving America's children with this action, directing Linda McMahon, our great Secretary of Education, to dismantle this federal bureaucracy that has taken more than $3 trillion from the American taxpayer since its inception in 1979. And what have we had as a result of that investment in our children's education? Declining test scores in reading, writing, and math.
And that was on Fox News. Now, as she is speaking, you've got the nation's report card like right there on the screen. And from 2019 to 2024, scores have gone down by a lot. And a lot of the Democrats will tell you, well, it was because of COVID. No, our scores have been going down since the inception of the Department of Education. We talked about that yesterday. The Brookings Institute has a graph, and it'll show you that the scores were going up. Carter comes up with the Department of Education, and all of that bureaucracy, all of that federal oversight, or whatever you want to call it, sends the kids' scores plummeting. And so she understands, and President Trump understands, a lot of you folks understand, that the states are far more equipped to teach the children of that particular state.
Proficiency levels at record lows for eighth graders, for fourth graders, at every level in every state across this country. That's why the president is returning education back to the people, to those closest to our students in our classrooms, and that is teachers and educators and parents who know what is best for their children.
All right, so one of the questions, of course, are we going to try to limit the power of those teachers' unions?
We have to win all the things! All the things!
Right.
All the things!
Remember how...
We need a warning next time.
Yeah.
Remember that loon? Of course, we played that audio yesterday from the longer version of that audio yesterday from the National Educators Association, President Pringle.
We are the NEA!
So, perfectly normal, perfectly reasonable. How about a more reasonable voice, by the way, from the guy who wanted to do this years ago?
A planned and orderly transfer back to the states and local communities of functions the federal government has usurped and which it has proven it is incapable of operating. And one of the first of those would be welfare. One of the second would be in the field of education. I would like to dissolve the $10 billion National Department of Education created by President Carter and turn schools back to the local school districts where we built the greatest public school system the world has ever seen. I think I can make a case that the decline in the quality of public education began when federal aid became federal interference.
There you go. Ronald Reagan.
I can listen to him talk all day.
Yeah, I go back and I'll listen to old Reagan speeches just because I'm a nerd. By the way, in that soundbite, I wish he would have done it, of course. He was not able to get it done. But, when you listen to that soundbite, he talks about a budget. I want you to think about this. Ronald Reagan spoke about a budget of $10 billion. That was back in 1980. That budget has now ballooned to over $80 billion. And the results have been disastrous. The numbers have gone down. And so it is funny, you've got all of this hand-wringing on the left about Donald Trump doing this, and they're going nuts. But the reality is that they're not nearly as passionate about those failing test scores, and they're not nearly as passionate, in my opinion, about the kids. Only that Donald Trump is taking away the power of the federal government. I mean, this is, to me, just like the situation with USAID, right? Where you have all of these government bureaucrats and they're just screaming up and down, oh my God, you're taking more power away from the government. Oh my goodness, you're trying to make the government smaller. This is unconstitutional, blah, blah, blah. They didn't have anything to say about the absolutely ridiculous spending. Now, John Rose was here in studio yesterday, and he had a great interview with Matt Murphy regarding what he will do if he becomes governor. He announced that he is running for governor. Of course, that was yesterday. And so Matt did ask him about the state of our state's education. I'm going to play that audio for you straight ahead. By the way, Scott Sapicki is the state representative from Tennessee's 64th District. He is also, of course, heavily involved in our state's education. He will join me at 7:35 on Nashville's Morning News. Got a lot going on. It is 5:17. Sorry, a little late. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Yeah, that's okay because there's really nothing going on this morning. The roads are looking great. No problems on 24 this morning. 40 looks delay-free. Same thing for 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:17 on Nashville's Morning News. And your weather for today, going to be nice. A high of 62, mostly sunny. On Saturday, sunny and 68. On Sunday, it looks a little dicey. We've got Joan, storms, wind, some hail possible.
The low possibility, Stefano DiPietro calling it a 1 out of 5 chance that we could see some severe weather out of this.
Okay.
So, but we are going to deal with this in the news all morning long.
Okay, very good.
But yeah, you have to be aware of Sunday evening.
All right, very good. High of 70, by the way, on Sunday. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. All right, so what did John Rose have to say about our education here in the state of Tennessee? Matt asked Rose, by the way, the interview is podcast997wtn.com. Great interview with John Rose. Matt asked him about his opinion on Governor Lee's Education Freedom Act.
I am a supporter of choice, and I think that's at the core of what the governor is trying to get to, is that we want parents to be able to have a choice. If their public school or their local schools are failing them, we want them to have some options. And so I think that's laudable. But I think everyone that looks at this will tell you this. We've got to make public education work in Tennessee. Regardless of what happens with respect to school choice, we're still going to have a lot of kids that are going to public schools. Most of the counties in Tennessee, the vast majority of them, don't even have a private school option.
Yep. So one of the things that everybody, of course, points out, I'm sure Scott Sapicki will talk about, our improving test scores over the last couple of years and how we're actually doing a lot better than the national average, which is what I just said a few moments ago, and he wants to build upon that success.
We are making real progress, and here's the really interesting thing. If over the next 8 years, we get one additional student in each classroom to reach attainment levels each year for 8 years, if we just did that, so it's not an insurmountable goal, we'd be in the top 10, top 5 in every measure of public education nationally. So think about that. That's within our reach.
All right, so John Rose, and by the way, coming up right before Joan's newscast, I'm trying to decide if this was did he take a little slap at Governor Lee? I'm going to play an audio. I'm going to ask your opinion on this, Joan and KGB. It sounded like he took just a little bit of a slap against Governor Lee.
A love tap, you would say?
No, I don't. Sure, no, because love tap would mean that it was, it was nice. This was more of just a little knock against Governor Lee from John Rose. But I haven't decided on whether or not it is a knock against Governor Lee yet or not. I'm going to ask your opinion, KGB, and also Joan, coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. That's going to come, by the way, right before the news. And the news is coming up at 5:30. And Joan Jones has that newscast. And Joan, you want to give us a nice teaser headline of what's coming up?
Absolutely. We'll tell you why Heathrow Airport is shut down today and how it may affect Nashville. Also, the Tesla takedown events, they begin today. What the nation's attorney general has to say. Those stories coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$525. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Hey, Joan. Guess what? We've heard from Big Balls.
No way.
Yes. He was on Fox News, and my friend Aaron has sent me some audio of Big Balls. So I'm going to play. It's 5 o'clock, so I can say Big Balls, and I can't do it later on in the show. I lose so much fun being on in Morning Drive when people are, parents are driving their kids to school. But at 5 o'clock hour, I think I'm safe. So we've heard from Big Balls and what he wants to do regarding cutting the spending for the federal government and so forth. So I've got that audio coming up because he was with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent yesterday on Fox News, and so we will hear from Big Balls. KGB had to explain to me. Big Balls obviously is, I guess it was his username on some sort of a thing,
just online.
Online?
Some people have when it comes to Discord or some chat logs and that kind of thing, they have a username.
All right, very good.
What's your username, KGB?
Actually, I can tell you, it's Jefe.
Jefe? What does that mean?
It means boss in Spanish, and I was actually gotten that nickname in middle school from a teacher because she, instead of calling me Jeff, she would call me Jefe, and now my friends have called me Jefe ever since, so I use that for my username.
Okay.
Dan, what would your username be?
I don't. I don't know.
You don't dabble?
I don't dabble. No.
Gotcha.
My username could be Dabble.
There you go, dabbler.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm a professional dabbler. What is your username, Joan?
I don't have one.
No, really?
Actually, yes. My kids call me Radio Mama.
Radio Mama.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, because they like to chat in Discord. Is it Discord? Yeah.
Yeah. My kids
I don't know. I just go along with it.
My kids just tell me to shut up.
Yeah.
All right. So was this a slap against Governor Lee? This is John Rose yesterday in with Murphy Show. Listen.
We're going to put a Tennessean who understands Tennessee values and understands Tennessee education in charge of our public education system.
So remember the Bill Lee,
yeah.
right? Okay, you see what I'm saying too, right, Joan?
Yeah.
So Bill Lee put Penny Schwinn, who was born in all places, California.
Yeah.
Sacramento, California. And,
hey, my hometown.
So she was, of course, put in charge of our state's education. And then her replacement, Lizette Gonzalez Reynolds, she's from Texas.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it seems to me like that was a bit of a knock against Governor Lee. Now, I think part of what's going on, I don't think I'm over my skis on this one, but I might be. I think Congressman John Rose, running for governor, I think he knows that the political establishment, the political elite in this state want Marsha Blackburn. Almost, they would like to appoint Marsha Blackburn as the next governor. So I think he already knows that if you ask Governor Lee, which, by the way, I did last time he was on, and he didn't want to talk about it, but he did profess his appreciation and love for Marsha Blackburn. So I think Rose is like, I know that I'm not going to get anybody's endorsement of any of the political elite in this state. So I can go ahead and I can slap the governor just a little bit.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about? Does that make sense, or am I over my skis on this?
No, I totally get it. I mean, what if all the candidates sounded alike, it would be the uniparty thing all over again. So
it sure would. Now, take the Daily Dan poll.
But within the Republican Party. Yeah.
Watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe. And today's poll is Blackburn or Rose.
Oh.
Hold, don't tell us yet, KGB. We're going to do that at 35.
Okay.
Blackburn, Rose, or a write-in candidate for governor. So go take the poll. We're going to talk about the results thus far coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. London's Heathrow Airport closed down since last night because of a fire at a nearby electricity substation.
London's Heathrow, with 1,300 takeoffs and landings per day, suddenly shut down. Authorities say a massive fire broke out at an electrical substation supplying the airport. The cause of the fire under investigation. The airport is closed at least through midnight tonight.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert. Now, the closure at Heathrow is causing planes and flight crews to stack up around the world. Make sure that you check your flight status before heading out to BNA for any flight today. The family of a man who's been missing for nearly 2 weeks is asking for the public's help finding him. Robert Henry is his name. He goes by the name of Red, though. He has a mental condition, and he's been living at an assisted living facility in Nashville. His sister-in-law says that he had been at Nashville General Hospital a couple of weeks ago, but he walked out before he was seen.
Is he scared? Is he hungry? So if he feels that, we feel that. He's a really, really soft-hearted person, and he's loved so much.
Now, Robert has red hair. He was wearing a green shirt, dark jogging pants, and tan shoes when he was last seen. And he was last seen walking toward Jefferson Street. 3 men arrested so far and hit with domestic terrorism charges for firebombing Tesla dealerships. Attorney General Pam Bondi promised the full force of the law against anyone vandalizing cars or dealerships.
Elon Musk says his company is stepping up security after a wave of firebombing, shootings, and vandalism targeting Tesla. As part of the enhanced security, Tesla is activating Sentry mode on every car in the dealership. That means security sensors and cameras are on and recording.
ABC's Aaron Katursky. Now, the warnings come as so-called Tesla takedown events are scheduled around the country today. Chattanooga is scheduled for today's takedown events as well. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
I think everybody's in Friday mode today. Nobody's on the roads. It's looking really good this morning. Not that we're complaining. 24 is fine this morning. 40 is great. And no problems on 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know what's interesting?
What's that?
Joan and KGB. What makes one, we're going to get to the serious stuff in a second, but what makes one week fly by and another week not? And I've got an example. Last week was the slowest week I have ever encountered in my life.
Wow.
And this week has flown by. But if you look at the news cycle and look at all that stuff, it's like the same weeks, same news cycle by and large. What makes one week fly by and the other one not?
Last week was fast, and this week has been the slowest week for me personally.
What is it?
I think because I'm working two different shows,
right?
That it kind of just halts a bit, and then I'm doing other stuff outside, so it just feels like it's going slow.
Yeah.
But I guess if it's it depends how busy you are. If it's just like a regular work week, then it goes. But if you add something extra to it, it slows down. Like you had to do the weather and all that stuff during the weekend. That probably slowed it down a bit for you.
Maybe. I don't know. What do you say, Joan?
I would think that the news cycle has a lot to do with it. But, it was really busy last week, too.
I was going to say, we have not had a slow news day.
No. No. Since before President Trump was elected.
Right. That's exactly right. So I don't know. But this week, flown by. Last week, it was like a snail. Now, watch us on YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll. And today's poll is with John Rose. I'm paraphrasing. With John Rose announcing his official run for governor, Senator Marsha Blackburn has not yet. But it's assumed that she will at some point. You've got Blackburn, you've got Rose now officially, or we offered a write-in candidate as well. And so, KGB, what do the numbers show thus far?
This is close. So right now, John Rose has currently taken the lead at 38%. Marsha Blackburn is right behind him at 34%, and the write-ins have moved to 28%. So they're all right next to each other. And the write-ins were winning at one point, and Tim Burchett I saw the majority. I saw Glenn Jacobs here or there, but majority of them were Tim Burchett write-in.
So the write-in votes for Tim Burchett are about 28, 29% or so. And so behind, but
they were leading at one point. So
they were leading at some point.
This is the closest we've had so far. I mean, Marsha Blackburn and John Rose are literally neck and neck right now.
All right. I have a prediction. I have a feeling. Make me leave this poll up, okay?
This entire show?
Joan,
yes.
Mom of the show, make sure that I leave this poll up for the entirety of the show.
So you're not allowed to change it?
I'm not allowed to change it on a whim like I always do.
KGB, give me the ruler so I can smack his hand.
I'm not gonna scream Omaha, okay? We're gonna keep it as is because I'm genuinely curious how this is gonna go throughout the entire show. Also, make sure that I promote it. Moving right along. All right, so tomorrow is it tomorrow? Joan is the big
Well,
Tesla's 500 dealerships.
Starts today. So
Day of Rage against Tesla. Okay, it starts today.
There's a whole bunch of them today, and the Chattanooga location is among them. So then it's going to be in Franklin. I'm not sure if they're going to hit Brentwood or not, but I know Franklin is on the list for tomorrow.
Okay. So this is Jimmy Kimmel. You know what I've noticed about the left? I've noticed about the left that they seem to be able to justify violence whenever it's convenient. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
So this is Jimmy Kimmel talking about Elon Musk and Tesla and why, according to him, it is okay to go ahead and light Teslas on fire.
Even been on incidents of arson. Someone lit a bunch of Teslas on fire. And here's the thing, I get that people are upset. Burning a car might not be great for the environment. I don't think that's what they had in mind when they invented the electric car. In Las Vegas yesterday, someone threw a Molotov cocktail at a Tesla service center. At least 5 Teslas blew up, 1 from the Molotov and 4 because that's just what Teslas do sometimes. And no one should be setting fires. You could kill somebody, you could hurt somebody. Elon Musk might not care about other people, but decent Americans should. The world's richest man, has been trying to drum up sympathy for himself lately. His sales are down, his stock is down. Last night he was somber as he went through this with Sean Hannity.
Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged... there's some kind of mental illness thing going on here, because this doesn't make any sense.
Well, let me see if I can explain it for you.
Here comes the justification for violence. You ready?
When you pull out a chainsaw to celebrate firing thousands of people, they get mad. It's just my God, I mean, this poor guy. You do 1, maybe 2 Nazi salutes, everybody gets all bent out of shape. Donald Trump today had...
So, of course, they were not Nazi salutes. And yes, he did take out the chainsaw as we are celebrating trying to reduce our national debt. So, but you'll notice that he's justifying violence. He's justifying vandalism. Can you imagine?
They all do it.
Can you imagine the insanity if Republicans went out and justified, for example, what happened on January 6th, right? They would not accept that. They wouldn't want to hear about it. But Jimmy Kimmel and all of these jackholes on the left, they are justifying what's happening to Elon Musk. And he did say something true, which is, okay, so y'all say that you're environmentalists, yet you're torching cars, which is clearly not good for the environment. And what you're also doing is you're destroying electric vehicles, which are good for the environment, theoretically, unless you want to start talking about the batteries and all that, but moving right along from there. So all I'm saying is that it is disgusting how they justify violence. They did it after George Floyd died. Remember that whole thing where, hey, George Floyd died, and so let's go out and let's go ahead and torch cities across America because a police officer, they say, killed him, right? So again, they justified the violence. This really is becoming a tenet for the left and for the Democrats. If you're not happy with something, go ahead and do violence. Torch cars, shoot cars, burn cities. Is that really what the Democrats? It's like they weren't raised appropriately. And to Elon Musk's point, it does feel like, honestly, it does feel like mental illness to me because, or at the very least, a criminal mind. And so I think you had audio or something from Pam Bondi. They need to lock these people up.
Yeah, well, so they have 3 people under arrest now.
Good.
And they're looking at charging them with domestic terrorism charges, which is wholly appropriate. I mean,
well, of course it's domestic
terrorism. It was politically
terrorism.
motivated, absolutely.
Yeah,
so,
is there some sort of a debate saying otherwise?
No, I don't think so. But are you not surprised, like I am, that it's taken this long to get here? That should have been, domestic terrorism charges should have been day one with people out there, with police out there arresting people right away, like with the expectation that they're good. Once you see one you know that there's going to be more.
How long ago was Las Vegas? Like when did, because I know that there were protests, and that is their right to protest, but when did the actual vandalism start? Was it like a week ago?
I'm looking it up.
It kind of snuck up. I mean, it seemed to be happening. Then we started talking about it, but I don't know when it actually began. Elon Musk, by the way, while you're looking for that, Elon Musk was on stage, and he was talking about this as well, about what is going on with Tesla.
Teslas will be available worldwide. So overall, it's good. If you read the news, it feels like, Armageddon. So I was like, I can't walk past the TV without seeing a Tesla on fire. And like, what's going on? Some people, it's like, listen, I understand if you don't want to buy our product, but you don't have to burn it down. That's a bit unreasonable, Like, this is psycho. Stop being psycho. Okay.
I mean, he's got a point. Stop being psycho.
Yeah, that was 2 days ago, by the way. Feels like it was longer time.
Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I you know what? I want, here's me justifying violence. I want to see these people thrown on the ground. If they resist, use your baton.
Yeah.
I'm not justifying violence. What I'm doing is I'm saying you use whatever force you need to use to get people to stop burning Teslas and to stop firing guns at Teslas. Because one thing that we know about a lot of folks, they're terrible shots. And so you take a shot at a Tesla, you might end up killing a human being. And here's the other ironic thing is that the left, they're the party of anti-gun. And now here they are shooting Teslas.
Yeah.
Bunch of damn hypocrites they are. Anyway, so that is going on. And so it all begins today, you said, and tomorrow it's happening in Franklin, you said.
Yes.
Is that tomorrow? Okay.
What's it called? Tesla Takedown. Tesla
Takedown? Okay. Very good.
You can look up on the Tesla Takedown
Sponsored
website because
by
they actually have a website where they announce what they're going to do and where they're going to be. So I'm fully expecting that there's going to be a police presence there, that there's going to be, an effort to stop these people from vandalizing these places. And personally, I hope to see normal people out there saying, you can't do this.
Here's my hope.
But it could get ugly.
If there's a city like, I don't know, Philadelphia, where they don't like cops and they also don't like Elon Musk, then I can see a very limited, if any, police presence. And they could just, leave it to the psycho left to destroy a Tesla location. I could actually see them doing that.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't happen. But, this is the thanks that Elon Musk gets for, number one, this is a guy that has put his entire life on hold to try to help Donald Trump get our government back in order, to reduce our national debt, to do things that the American people clearly wanted him to do, as based on the election. Donald Trump won the popular, he won the electoral. And so all of that, those victories included Elon Musk as part of the campaign. So that's number one. Number two, the American people very, very, very much approve of what Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing. That's number two. Number three, Elon Musk rescued the damn astronauts.
Yeah.
So this is the appreciation that this man gets for putting his life, and it was a pretty damn good life, on hold to help America. And so the left ought to be ashamed. I know that they're not. I don't believe the left has any shame at this point. I don't believe that they do. Because as Elon Musk said, they are absolutely psycho at this point. And Jimmy Kimmel, he's one of the ringleaders. Look at what we've seen. We got Jimmy Kimmel advocating for violence, all the other people advocating for violence. You've got Tim Walz out there, threatening to beat up Republicans with his masculinity. These people are not normal, Joan.
They're definitely not normal. I posted that video yesterday of the guy smearing his own feces on the Tesla car. Ugh. There were so many people that watched it and responded in horror.
Who was that guy? Has that guy been been.
You know what? I don't think he's been. Let's see. Well, we'll Google
You know what
it.
I love is when all these people have their masks on.
Yeah.
And the black robes and their mask on. Have you seen the video of them inside the Teslas, inside the Tesla dealerships? And, you know, if you're so proud of what you're doing, show your face. You know what they could do?
That guy did.
This is so gross. Could they like do DNA testing?
Oh.
God.
I'm
I would
asking
think
a
so.
question.
I know. It's like a good question, but I don't want to.
I'm a professional question asker.
Imagine being
and
like
so if he smeared
Ugh.
feces on a Tesla's, you said it was the steering wheel?
No, it was, I think, on the side of the car. So,
Okay,
it was
so-
by that camera that's on the side of the cars
Wow.
that people leave on now.
So get
the forensics team.
Get the forensics team.
They are not that. They would need to ask for a raise after that. It's like
No, that's what they do.
I know, but blood
You know,
maybe.
get
But
the
ugh.
crime scene investigators out there and find out who that person is, because that is just revolting. You know, it's kind of funny too, Joan. How ironic is this? How funny is this? So we're talking about burning Teslas, shooting Teslas, but apparently for the three of us, spreading feces on a Tesla is
Yep. Nope. That's the limit.
That's
That's
over
the line.
Draw the line. So that wasn't the only one. There's a guy walking his dog that took the dog poop and smeared it on a Tesla too.
They must think they're so cool. Like, what is?
But I don't see any evidence that these guys have been arrested. I mean, they're clearly identified because they're not wearing a mask or anything. And it's recorded by that Sentry camera that's right on the side of the Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
And they walk up, their face is clearly shown. So I don't see the problem with being able to identify who they are.
Well, here's my question. Are the local authorities really working hard to find these people? Probably
that is
not.
a
I don't
good
know which
question.
cities those were in, but if it was in, a major urban city, then probably not.
There's that one that went viral with the dude key in the car just walking by. Have you seen
And then
that
going
one?
into his apartment.
Yeah, and like Libs at TikTok and all those people are like, find this guy, and because his face
are
is
you
clear
talking
as day.
about the guy wearing the USA shirt, the
No.
older man? So there isn't one of the three people who was arrested, and a lot of people saw this guy online. He's an older guy. He was wearing a shirt with the flag on it, and his jacket had a flag on it. He was like real, like, hey, I'm so USA, USA. He's out there keying Tesla cars. So somebody, and I'm not sure who it was, actually confronted him and said, dude, you're on video keying a car. Why did you do that? He said, it wasn't me, but he was wearing the same clothes. So he was one of the people arrested. So I feel
good. I hope he goes to jail
for a long time.
I hope he goes to jail.
Yeah.
I mean, it's vandalism, but to KGB's point and to a lot of people's point, if you are lighting a Tesla on fire or if you are shooting a Tesla, domestic terrorism. If you're keying a car, would you call that domestic terrorism?
I don't know if I would, except that it's part of a movement. So it could be considered domestic terrorism because there's that hook to it.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll keep you updated on if anything happens. All this is going to happen after we get off the air, but I guarantee you, Chris Hand, Chad Benson, Murphy Show, all will be on it all day long. Right now it is 5:54, and Joan Jones has the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, so we'll talk about those strong storms that are expected around here on Sunday. We'll get you caught up with the forecast. Also, a big company announces it's making Rutherford County its global headquarters. Got those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.559 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, right when we start, I've got that audio from Big Balls. And you know what I'm thinking, Joan? You really do need those to do what he's doing.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, look what Elon Musk is going through. So he was on with Laura Ingraham, and so I'm going to play some audio from him right out of the chute at 6 o'clock. Also, we've talked about birth tourism. I've been talking about birth tourism for years. But have you heard about the new trend outside of birth tourism?
Oh, no.
Womb renting. And it's happening courtesy of China. And it's all straight ahead. It is a valid security risk. And we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. WTN.
Good morning, now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Okay, so we have our first traffic delay this morning. It's on 65 in the southbound lanes at Talbot's Corner. Yep, right at Trinity Lane, where you would expect it. Crash there. It blocks off the right shoulder. More in traffic and weather after the news. Well, welcome to the first day of spring, the first full day. Here we go with the weather, too. Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro telling us that tomorrow will be lovely. Sunday, around dinner time, there's going to be some strong thunderstorms expected well into the nighttime hours.
Our main threats are the usual suspects: heavier rainfall, high wind gusts, an isolated tornado, though, will be on the table for us as well. The severe threat does include all of Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky.
And it's a 1 out of 5 chance of severe weather. The forecast will evolve over the course of the weekend, so make sure you are weather aware during the weekend. A bill that would separate school bathrooms by biological sex is headed to Governor Bill Lee's desk. It covers schools, though, that house students overnight. Now, this one was introduced by Republican Gino Balso, who says he heard from a family in his district whose daughter was asked to share a room with a boy who claimed he was a girl at summer camp. The two would have to share a bathroom. Governor Lee has not said if he supports that bill. He has, however, suggested that he does support an effort to solve the overwhelming number of children in the country illegally in public schools.
I do think that what we have in this country is a illegal immigration problem that has been created in large part from the failures of the last 4 years. Millions of people pouring across this border coming into the states, just like Tennessee. Now we have to clean that problem up. We have to address the issues of that, including how they impact our education system. I think that's what this is about, but I'm not sure about the specifics of that legislation. Can't speak to it yet.
Now, the legislature will vote on a bill next week that allows schools to refuse registration to those children. A firearms manufacturer is making an $80 million investment in Rutherford County and creating about 200 new jobs. Barrett Firearms will house its global manufacturing site at the campus off Manchester Pike. That company plans a 250,000 square foot facility. Its parent company, NIOA Group of Australia, intends to locate its headquarters at that facility as well. And by the way, if you're keeping score, Tennessee advanced to the second round of the NCAA tournament last night with a 77-62 win over Wofford. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Could be a rough start on Wall Street. The Dow futures are minus 98. NASDAQ futures down 72. We've got S&P futures down 14. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Just some slowing this morning on 65 southbound lanes at Trinity Lane, exit 87. It's a crash and it blocks off the right shoulder. Moving pretty well this morning on 40 heading in. Just a tap of the brakes this morning. Laverne up to Nashville as you're traveling in on 24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Tennessee is picked.
.606, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? Welcome to your Friday, March 21st of 2025. How are you? Take the Daily Dan poll. We got a good one going on today. We've got, the question is, we've got the two that are most rumored. One is confirmed. He is running for the governor's race. That is John Rose. He was on Matt Murphy's show yesterday. Great interview. I've got some audio bites that I'm going to be playing from that. But the poll is between Marsha Blackburn, who is heavily rumored to be running, and also John Rose. Of those two, who would you like to see as your next governor for the state of Tennessee? We have also added a write-in option as well. Tim Burchett is running away with the write-in option. Somebody said, Tammy said, follow me on X at Dan Manda Show. Tammy says that Tim Burchett's name should be added alongside Blackburn and Rose. I understand that, except the fact that Tim Burchett has not really said anything officially, as far as I know, that he is going to run. I don't even think he has said that he is exploring running for the governorship. I think all he has done, there have been a lot of rumors that have been out there. So that is why he is a write-in candidate. Marsha Blackburn has literally come out and said that she is exploring it. I believe that she will. But if she doesn't, then John Rose is the only one that has officially come out and announced that he is running, and he did so yesterday. So like us on YouTube, watch us anywhere, but like us on YouTube, like and subscribe. Also take the poll. And right now, very quickly, if we could, KGB, what are the numbers right now?
John Rose currently has the lead at 39%, Marsha Blackburn at 32%, and the write-in is 28%, which a majority of those write-ins are Tim Burchett.
All right. Thank you very much. It is 6:08 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There is a lot going on. Of course, one of the things that is going on is Doge and everything that is going on with the Teslas under attack, so on and so forth. But I did want to play this audio bite. And I was joking earlier, we all have known to understand who Big Balls is, right? It became a national phenomenon. And he is Sam Korokos or Korokos. I'm not sure how you say his name. Corocos. Korokos, maybe? Whatever. But he went by the name, the online ID Big Balls. And so, of course, it became sort of a national joke. I said in the previous hour, and I can't be the only one, that you really do need those to do what he is doing, which is working with Elon Musk, working with Scott Bessent, working with the Trump administration to cut the fat, to cut the government, to take that chainsaw to bureaucracy. That is who he is. But he actually appeared with Scott Bessent on Laura Ingram's show. I think this was last night or earlier this week. I don't know. There's been so many stories out there. But Scott Bessent, he appeared with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He said, I wanted America to get to know Sam, get to know who he is, get to know why he is doing what he's doing, because he's a lot more than just, you know, a moniker to make fun of. This is him on Laura Ingraham. She asked him, who are you and why do you do what you do?
Yeah, I've been brought in to look at the IRS's modernization program in particular, as well as the operations and maintenance budget. I really care a lot about this country, and this is a huge program that's currently 30 years behind schedule, and it's already $15 billion over budget.
Wait a second. Explain to our viewers what the program is in layman's terms.
Yeah, so the goal is to take, the IRS has some pretty legacy infrastructure. It's actually very similar to what banks have been using. It's old mainframes running COBOL and assembly. And the challenge has been, how do we migrate that to a modern system? Virtually every bank has already done this, but we're still using a lot of those same systems. And typically in industry, this takes a few years, maybe a few $100 million. And we're now 35 years into this program. We've actually been, if you ask them now, it's 5 years away. And it's been 5 years away since 1990. Wow. It's supposed to be delivered in 1996, and it's still 5 years away.
Isn't that amazing? And so when you think about Doge, and when you think about what Elon Musk is doing, and then I'm going to move on. But when you think about what Elon Musk is doing, and Sam Karakos, big balls, they're putting their lives on hold. Actually, to be honest with you, I could very easily make the argument that they're putting their lives on the line to help America. I mean, realize Elon Musk has been tasked with, of course, cutting the bureaucracy, but also finding a new air traffic controller program because that system is also incredibly dated. And so these guys are being brought in, these folks are being brought in because our country needs help. And the left, their reaction is to try to destroy their lives. It is unbelievable. All right, moving on. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Birth tourism. I've been talking about this for years and years, birth tourism. And so I'm not going to bother you or bore you with exactly what that is because most people know. You have women coming to America to have their babies, and then those babies are American citizens. President Trump is doing the right thing, in my opinion, and trying to stop those abuses. These women pay about roughly $100,000 to have their babies here so that they can be born American citizens. But now something far different is happening, and it is crazy.
Countries are now using international surrogacy programs to rent wombs in America.
Yeah, womb renting. Now, this isn't new. Actually, this has been going on for a long time, but it is becoming more and more prevalent. Now, just so you know, this is the long play for the Chinese. They find American women to give birth to these Chinese babies. Chinese fathers and American women are the wombs that these men rent. And so then they are born here and boom, they're American citizens. And they have access to our country and our industries.
Something the Heritage Foundation calls California's new handmaid's tale. Chinese parents implant their egg and sperm into an American woman's womb. When the Chinese babies are born from the American woman, they're automatically U.S. citizens, but immediately return home to China.
Now, why is this a danger to our national security, a threat to our national security? We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. By the way, E.J. Host is coming up at 6:36 on Nashville's Morning News. We'll talk about any number of things with E.J., one of my favorite guests. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. As far as your weather, today is going to be nice, at least on today, high of 62, mostly sunny. Saturday, sunny and 68. Sunday, got to be weather aware to a certain extent. Storms, wind, hail, a very slight chance of a tornado. High of 70 degrees. I think our level is 1 out of 5. So your complete forecast is coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So why are the Chinese renting the wombs of American women? I know it sounds weird, but that is what's happening, and this is, by many accounts, a danger to America, a danger to our freedoms, and a danger to our society. And this has been an issue since at least 2014. Actually, I found articles going back to 2012. This is the headline from The Federalist. China's stateside rent-a-womb industry poses yet another national security nightmare. Conceived through in vitro or otherwise, and that can happen anywhere, by the way, the mothers return to the States, have their baby, then that baby returns to China. That baby, of course, has a passport, is an American citizen, and, of course, has a social security number as well.
Child born in Irvine in 2015 goes back and ultimately joins the Chinese military at age 20, having a U.S. passport. That provides a real national security asset to China and a real problem to the United States.
Yeah, the acting, by the way, that was on News Nation last night. The acting U.S. attorney for Central California, that is Joseph McNally, and he says, yeah, this is an issue. You know how much these women are being paid to rent out their wombs? The Chinese people? $200,000. Now, all of this, of course, is happening in the People's Republic of California. Oddly enough, you know that surrogacy is actually illegal in China, but they do it anywhere to have a baby born in America. The Federalist ends their piece with this, and remember, this is from 2014. This is how the Federalist ends their piece. This growing practice offers Beijing a long-term pathway to subvert U.S. citizenship and infiltrate key industries. Now, this is a congresswoman. Her name is Harriet Hageman.
I found it to be incredibly strange and dystopian. I just think that we need to be having a national dialogue as to whether we think that this is ethical, whether we think that this is appropriate, whether we should be interpreting our own laws to allow for the buying and selling of children, essentially, or the buying and selling of wombs.
The Heritage Foundation reports that this is a growing industry. Asian men over the age of 42 are the ones that are mainly utilizing these services. Now, if you don't think this is a long-term play for the Chinese, clearly it is. Think about what we've seen in the last couple of years. Eric Swalwell and his office infiltrated by a Chinese spy. Is it Fang Fang? Is that what it was? Fang Fang?
Yes.
All right. Probably spilled a bunch of secrets. She had access to information.
How did he not get impeached?
Because the Democrats are in charge at the time, if I'm not mistaken. Dianne Feinstein's driver was a Chinese spy. 20 years this dude drove her around. A former aide to New York governors Andrew Cuomo and Kathy Hochul, Chinese spy. And another Chinese spy was caught working for the CIA for 30 years. Now, over the last couple of days, there have been a couple of stories of Chinese nationals spying for China, of course, in Taiwan. Taiwan has a problem with Chinese spies. So obviously they're everywhere. Now, remember Donald Trump. He had that whole Chinese initiative, that China initiative back in 2018. And basically what Trump was trying to do was protect against this kind of thing. He was trying to protect America from espionage and intellectual property theft from China because, as you know, this is what the Chinese do. Do you remember what Biden said? Do you know why Biden decided not to protect America? Because Jackhole Biden said it was racial profiling and it killed the program, leaving us completely vulnerable to Chinese spying, Chinese stealing our intellectual property and so forth. And so, you know, we do have, in my opinion, especially what is going on right now in our issues with China, a lot of that is Joe Biden. He is to blame. Now, Donald Trump is trying to do everything he can do right now to revive his efforts to combat those Chinese spies. But just what a crazy, crazy story. All right, coming up before the news at 6:30, I've got more audio from Congressman John Rose. He had a great interview with our own Matt Murphy yesterday, and he spoke about a lot of things, including nuclear energy. Going to talk about that straight ahead at 6:20. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, we'll tell you why officials are now saying that Heathrow Airport won't even open until tomorrow. And the effort is underway to get the Super Bowl here in Tennessee in 2029. Those stories coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.620 on Nashville's Morning News. Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell. Receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. With Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Listen to their client Jerry's experience. He says, we needed to move quickly, and we were worried the process would be lengthy, and we'd spend a lot of money on repairs. He says Mark Spain Real Estate got us an offer in just 3 days, and it was over the asking price. It was amazing. Friends, you can sell your home with Mark Spain Real Estate. It is a really big decision. Who you work with matters. I recommend Mark Spain. Find out what your guaranteed cash offer would be. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number. 855-299-SOLD online anytime. MarkSpain.com and start packing. 625, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Zero Res. Listen, spring cleaning time is upon us. Zero Res is offering a great way to get your carpets clean and, yes, save you money as well. I've been using Zero Res for years because they don't use harsh chemicals and they don't use harsh soaps, just powered water, and that means pure safety for your family and your pets. Now, I want you to think about the last few months of snow, rain. We have more rain coming in. You've got all of that dirt and grime and bacteria and mud that has been tracked into your home. You need a carpet cleaning company that can safely get your carpets clean. That company is Zero Res. Now, not only does Zero Res have the highest approval rating possible from the Carpet and Rug Institute, Zero Res is rated the #1 cleaning system in the nation by an independent testing laboratory. When they clean, there is nothing left behind. Also, great reviews on both Google and Facebook and from my house, too. Now, they've got a great deal going on right now for the month of March. 2 rooms of carpets clean for only $109, 25% off of area rugs. Going to repeat that one more time. 2 rooms of carpets clean for $109, 25% off of area rugs. Restrictions may apply. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com. .627, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. John Rose, 6th Congressional District Congressman, announcing his run for governor. I believe he's the only official candidate, is he not? Because Marsha Blackburn has opened up an exploratory committee. We'll see what happens with her. But one of my favorite questions, because Matt Murphy had him on yesterday for, I think it's like 45 minutes or so. But it was a great interview. Find the whole thing podcast at 997WTN.com. One of my favorite questions that Matt asked was about nuclear energy. Now, he agrees that we should not be shutting down perfectly good coal power plants, John Rose says. But he says we do need something to replace them. And that is where nuclear energy comes in.
Blessed in the Tennessee Valley today, we get 40 to 50% of our power of our baseload power from nuclear energy. We should be striving to get more there. We are positioned to build the first in the nation small modular reactor at Clinch River in Oak Ridge. And that will be a great jumping off point for the Valley to further our ability to tap into what nuclear can produce for us.
All right. So Governor Lee, of course, has invested. I spoke to the governor about this a couple of months ago, I think. Governor Lee has invested millions of dollars in small modular reactors, along with a grant from the Department of Energy. So we do need a governor, and it sounds like John Rose understands that we need to embrace nuclear development. I love what I heard from John Rose. Of course, this was a radio interview. You can only go into so much detail. But I do want to say this about John Rose, because I've always liked John Rose, is that he is somebody who seems incredibly competent. And he did talk yesterday about why he wants to do this.
Well, I'm a conservative outsider who got involved in this because I so believe that President Trump's conservative vision for restoring the greatness of America made so much sense, and I wanted to be a part of helping make that happen at the national level. But I also want to see that done in Tennessee. Now, we happen to be, I think, that shining city on a hill for the rest of the country. We already have a lot of those conservative values, but we've had a lot of growth in recent years. And so the question is, what comes next, and how do we preserve those values? So we need a governor who's strong enough to stand up and protect the values that have made Tennessee great, and smart enough to help Tennesseans think about what the future holds and how we keep Tennessee.
All right. Great interview with Matt Murphy. Do you know what his Heritage Action Score is, by the way, John Rose? I'm going to tell you coming up, along with an interview with one of my favorite guests, E.J. Host. That is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top story. Still working that crash scene on 65 southbound at Trinity Lane this morning, and it is still pushed off onto the shoulder on the right side. We've got traffic and weather on the way right after news. A travel nightmare underway after a fire closed one of the world's busiest airports, London's Heathrow Airport. It'll be closed at least until tomorrow. This was an electrical substation near the airport that it went up in flames. London's Fire Brigade Deputy Commissioner Jonathan Smith says this fire is far from over.
Fire involved a transformer comprising of 25,000 litres of cooling oil fully alight. This created a major hazard due to the still live high voltage equipment and the nature of the oil-fueled fire.
Now, United Airways says it's offering alternative options. British Airways said they'll redirect their inbound flights to other UK airports. GOP lawmakers ready for protest when legislation to give school districts the option of refusing to enroll illegal immigrant students comes up for votes next week. House Majority Leader William Lambert.
For anyone that comes to this Capitol, you're not going to shut down the people's business. So we were elected to come down here and debate very serious ideas. We will only ask that the guests that come to the Capitol, this is your Capitol. It belongs to you. It belongs to the people of the great state of Tennessee. We ask that you be respectful. We ask that you not try to shut things down or anything like that.
Now, Republicans hope to challenge a SCOTUS ruling that allows all children, regardless of their immigration status, to get a U.S. education. Governor Bill Lee submitting a letter of interest to the NFL. He says he wants Tennessee to be on the short list to host the Super Bowl in 2029 at the newly built Nissan Stadium.
The economic development, the positive ripple effects that it has all across the state, it will impact people from one end of the state to the other, regardless of whether they participate in a game here.
Some 900 construction crews are working on that stadium right now with a goal of having it completed by 2027. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Jones, 632 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, you've probably been looking for cars and you see the words buy here, pay here. And it makes you think, oh, not a place I really want to go. And I do understand. Most of these dealers, they do have bad reputations. I'm here to tell you there is one place you can go here in Middle Tennessee, Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Now, they're different for a few simple reasons. They've been doing business in Nashville for 61 years. They are Nashville natives that only sell clean title cars under $12,000. Now, if you're new to town, you need a place to trust, you can trust them. If you need a first car for like a 16-year-old, well, they can help you with that as well. You don't even need to take my word for it. The Google reviews on these folks are excellent, and really that is saying something for a car dealership. They've got one location on Nolensville Road, close to Thompson Lane. They've been in and out. You will be in and out in an hour or less. And the best part, they're the oldest buy here, pay here in Nashville, and they work with your own financing if you have it. You got flexibility, transparency, and honesty. And that is why I recommend Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Find them online. It is automartcars.com, automartcars.com. .634 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The spring season is upon us, and right now is the time to start thinking about your outdoor lawn equipment. DT McCall's, they are helping you out with their Spring Cub Cadet Mower Sale. They do this every single year. As a matter of fact, it is happening at their Lebanon location. It begins today and goes through March 29th. In Lafayette, April 4th through April 12th, and in Cookeville, that location, April 18th through April 26th. Now, you should know by now that DT McCall & Sons, they are ranked as a top Cub Cadet dealer here in the United States. They've got mowers of all sizes, and they've got a great selection and great prices as well. And when you purchase a Cub Cadet mower from DT McCall's, you'll be getting access to their in-house service department as well. It is nearly impossible to find mower service anywhere these days. You can at DT McCall's. Find them online. It is dtmccalls.com. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. And again, always online, dtmccalls.com.
We have no delays so far this morning. If you are traveling on 40, that one looks good, but delays start on 24 around the Laverne area all the way up to the Loop. Got some delays still on 65 southbound lanes around Trinity Lane. That accident may have been taken care of. It's fallen off the screen, but it looks like it's still pretty slow in that area this morning. That accident was off to the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News, March 21st. Again, it is Friday. Want to welcome on into the program EJ Host joining us. EJ, I could not wait to get you on the air. Good morning. To get your opinion on, of course, Tim Walz, governor for the fine state of Minnesota. But he's been in the news, and there's a couple of angles I want to take here. But first, I want to play you a couple of audio bites. I'm sure that you are familiar with them. The first one is where he was on with Gavin Newsom, of course, on Newsom's podcast. And Walz basically said that Republicans are afraid of his masculinity.
But I think this notion of toxicity and masculinity needs to be separated. And I think it's been conflated. And I think we're going to have to work on that a little bit. And I think there is a crisis.
I think some of us scare them. I think I scare them a little bit why they spend so much time on it. No, I'm serious, because I can fix a truck. They know I'm not bullshit on this. Yeah. I'm not putting this in people's grill. I don't know if my identity is not hunting. My identity is not football coaching. My identity is not, a beard and a truck.
Then why does he keep talking about it, EJ? Like who started this whole thing about his masculinity in the first place? It was the left.
Yeah, I mean, he's a total clown show, right? And he's my favorite comedic relief from the news of the day, because every time he opens his mouth, we're reminded again about how utterly stupid this man is. What I found funny is in that particular clip, if you actually watch it, I'll see if I can find it and share it on X. But if you watch the clip, both of them have these extremely feminine kind of awkward hand motions when they speak. Now, I'm someone who also speaks with my hands, but I bet you I'm more masculine than they are when they speak. It's awkward. It's weird. They're trying to own this narrative as if they are not weird, but they truly are. And Walz in particular, I mean, my goodness, he is just the goofiest man in America. And I can say that as someone who lived in Minnesota for 12 years. I'm very familiar with his political history.
Well, number one, again, when you have to run around telling people how masculine you are, you're probably not. That's number one. Number two, you're right about that clip and that whole interview. I went ahead and reposted it to my ex as well. You can follow me at Dan Manda's Show. But for Walz, why is he suddenly making the rounds? I mean, that's part of what I find so interesting is for the Democrats, Tim Walz should be a national disgrace because he was part of what, for the Democrats, is a horrible thing. For us, it's a great thing. But Walz is part of the clown show that brought them Donald Trump. Why is he out there making the rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of it is trying to save face, right, and rebrand himself. That's probably selfish on his part. But let's not forget, he was also funded and supported by little Soros. Alex Soros, George Soros' son, made quite the push for him. So I'm sure they're floating a whole bunch of people out there that will inevitably be rejected. This is what Democrats do. So he's kind of out there. Gavin Newsom is out there. Jasmine Crockett is out there. Like, there's a lot of people just kind of, gaining some news and attention and headlines. Eventually they'll solidify on someone who's a little bit more likable. So that it's almost like the Overton window, right? Like, go as far left as you possibly can, and then we'll get to somebody who's more reasonable by the time the election rolls around. That's, I think, what they're doing here. It's a playbook they've used before. And I don't think for a second that he's actually someone that they think is, the face of the Democrat Party. He's just a useful tool, a useful idiot for the moment.
You're right on both instances, a tool and an idiot. He also said this, speaking of being a tool, he said this about Tesla.
Saying on my phone, I don't know, some of you know this on the iPhone, they've got that little stock app. I added Tesla to it to give me a little boost during the day. 225 and dropping.
So that brings me to the next topic of conversation, of course, which is all of the vandalism of these Tesla dealerships and these Teslas all across the country, and I guess the world too, from what I understand. And so in one of the previous hours, I was talking about how the Democrats, and you certainly know this from your experiences in Minnesota, where you lived for many years, the Democrats seem to use whatever reasoning they can to justify violence, and they're doing that here as well.
Sure. So, I'll get to the violence thing in just a sec, but, if Walz had a brain in his head and if he knew how to use that little app that he has on his phone that he's so excited about, he would see that Tesla stock is actually up 30% in the last 12 months. X just got valued over the original price, I believe, $44 billion or whatever, according to the Financial Times. So Elon Musk is doing just fine. He is not hurt by your silly little protests. Sadly, it's individual people who are hurt by these quote unquote protests. The state of Minnesota holds 1.6 million shares of Tesla stock.
Yep.
That pays for pensions and retirement for people in the state of Minnesota. So he's rooting against his own state, the people of his own state, arguably because it's probably government contracts and whatnot that are getting these pensions, people who probably voted for him. So it just goes to show how incredibly stupid they are. And I wanted to say that part first, because these protests, we shouldn't call them protests. We should call them organized terror activities.
Yes.
Organized terrorism. They are also in that stupid category. And by that, I mean, it's not actually going to hurt Elon Musk to the point where he'll stop making Teslas or stop using rockets or stop saving people from this space station, right? Like his dreams and ambitions are way bigger than your silly little protests. The problem is these are dangerous and they are bound to hurt someone. So these organized terror activities that are happening tomorrow, from what I understand, Jasmine Crockett and a bunch of hollywackos, some weirdos, washed up, actors and whatnot, are pushing for these protests to happen across the country. There's several of them here right in Tennessee. So they want people to go there and supposedly protest. And I kept waiting for them to say the word peaceful, and I didn't hear it. So when in this little, they had a big call, like a Zoom call with a whole bunch of supporters, probably a bunch of George Soros organization leaders and whatnot. And so people could go on and listen to them say how they just want to protest these Tesla dealerships on a Saturday, which, remember, Saturday is the day that people buy cars. Right. So these are not going to be empty dealerships. There will be people there. There'll be cleaning crew there after hours. Like, these are not unmanned locations. It is bound to happen that someone is going to get hurt or killed as part of these quote unquote protests, because they're not just standing there holding signs. They are blowing things up. They are shooting guns. They are intentionally trying to harm people and do massive amounts of vandalism and damage.
Well, and EJ, you're right. And we're not only talking about the dealerships, but we're also talking about some of the other things that we've seen individuals do when they see a Tesla on the street, whether it's keying their cars or, we're talking earlier about one guy that spread some feces on a car. I mean, these things, they're beyond reason. And so I'm going to ask you a question about that coming up. You got to check traffic. But most people, even moderates, and I would be willing to bet moderate Democrats and independents as well, look at this kind of behavior and they're shaking their head because this does seem to be irrational and way, way overboard when it's directed against a guy who just saved the astronauts, right? You've got that. And a guy who is doing everything he can to save America's economy. And I'm going to get your opinion on that straight ahead. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather today, a high of 62, mostly sunny. Right now, 33. Saturday, sunny at 68. Sunday, storms, wind, hail, very slight chance of a tornado, high of 70 degrees. Your complete forecast is coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk, 99.7, EJ Host. So, I don't know, do you think most normal people here in America, including moderate Democrats, if there is such a thing, moderate Democrats and independents, look at what the progressives are doing and they think that perhaps this will backfire because this behavior, nobody likes rudeness and nobody likes this kind of behavior?
Yeah, I mean, I think some people do like this kind of behavior, which is why it's happening kind of widespread across the country. Unfortunately, we've damaged people's brains, and I think COVID had a lot to do with that. There's a lot of PTSD there. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that Democrats almost always act in self-interest and the betterment of the party so that they can maintain their power. So if Democrats are like more reasonable, I don't think it has anything to do with like their love of humanity or like their sense of principle against damaging other people's property. I think it's from a place that is, well, this would look bad for our brand, right? That this will hurt people who are running for office in Democrat places or whatever. I don't think it's like rooted in the goodness of their heart. I think it's simply a calculated move. And there are people who are speaking out. Hakeem Jeffries has said, he doesn't like some of the activities, some of the violence, and some of the silliness that's happening in his party. You'll see Cuomo. Chris Cuomo had a podcast or something that he was talking about the same thing and talking about how the Democrats just don't get it, that we don't really care about the foibles of Trump. We care more about what he's trying to do. And so, the majority of people want what this administration is doing. They want Elon Musk to be successful because it's an American company that hires American workers. So when you are damaging Tesla's dealerships or cars or whatever, you are actually just hurting Americans. And that's a hard thing to overcome. So I think you'll see more and more Democrats coming on board to say, all right, let's tamp it down. Let's find a new boogeyman because this one isn't working. I mean, think of the arrogance of them to think they will, quote unquote, take down Elon Musk, right? Like that's just an absurd thought. It's not going to happen. But if they can rechannel that energy to a place that is better for their brand, I think eventually they'll get there. I like that they're acting like lunatics. I just don't want them to hurt anyone.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. The Democrats, of course, going after Chuck Schumer after he decided to go ahead and support the continuing resolution. We also have the topic of conservatives being swatted as well. I mean, everywhere you look, there's like bad behavior on the side of the Democrats. However, we're going to leave it there. EJ, how do people find you on X?
Follow me at EJ under the radar.
All right, EJ, always great to have you on. Have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you again next week. 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open at 615-737-9986. I didn't even get to ask EJ what she thought of John Rose running for governor, officially coming out and announcing his run yesterday. He had a great interview with Matt Murphy. I'm going to continue to play audio from that as the morning continues to unfold. By the way, coming up at 7:35, we're going to have State Rep Scott Sapicki. He's going to join us to talk about President Trump dismantling the Department of Education. What that means for us here in Tennessee is all straight ahead. Very busy morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news at 7. Hey, Joan.
Hey, Dan. Well, there's a new warning about the nation's bridges you'll want to know about. Also, we'll talk about John Rose throwing his hat into the ring for governor. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. And listen, spring is now officially here. What big events do you have planned? Now, whether it's a big corporate event, maybe a big family reunion, maybe you've got a wedding you want to do in the backyard, maybe it's an Easter event, maybe it's a graduation, whatever. My friends at Nashville Tent and Awning, they can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere on your property, maybe even in a park. Now, they've been around since 1884, Nashville Tent and Awning has. These folks are a Nashville institution, and yes, they've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt, and the Grand Ole Opry. Now, they're one of the top companies in Nashville. I want you to think about your backyard. You can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so that you can enjoy your backyard even when it gets really hot in the months ahead. If you have an event for work coming up, Nashville Tent and Awning, they can help you there as well with a tent or enclosure, and they've got awnings for any style of building that'll improve the look and feel of your home or office. Get some visuals. Check it out at their website, ntaco.com. ntaco.com is how I put it, ntaco.com. Their phone number is 615-329-3701, 615-329-3701. Always important to tell folks, Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884. Nashville Tent and Awning. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so apparently, Joan.
Yes.
I've got to explain swatting.
You have to explain it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some people said, what the heck is swatting?
Oh.
I was talking to E.J. Host about it. Swatting, basically, what's been happening is conservatives across the country have been victims of swatting. So basically what swatting is somebody calls the police or 911 and says there is a violent crime happening in someone's home. The police, and there's not. The police show up, guns drawn, and then, somebody might, if you live in the house and you see, a bunch of cops that are descending on your home, then you might pull out your own gun. And it could turn into a very dicey situation.
It's dangerous.
Well, it is incredibly dangerous. That happened to our friend Joe Pags, among others. I don't know who all it's happened to. I know Joe Pags is one. I think there's some others as well. Well, there are others as well. And so basically what they're trying to do is set up a situation where, there is a death by cop. If somebody, some unsuspecting homeowner sees all of these police officers descending on your home, and if it's dark, if it's at night, and you don't know that they're cops, and you see some dude with a gun drawn walking around your property because somebody called 911 and said there is a violent crime happening. I mean, you're right. It's very dangerous. And so that is swatting, and it is happening all across America to conservatives. And so, and particularly conservatives that are well known. And so this is something that I think Pam Bondi has spoken about this. I mean, they've got to charge them with some sort of a crime. I don't know what the crime is, but it's clearly against the law. Mm-hmm. And so I would love to see those people brought up on big-time charges. Part of what I think needs to happen in this country is there are reprehensible things that happen, and the charges aren't nearly serious enough. I mean, if somebody said, I forget who it was, somebody said that swatting should be, it's E.J. Host. E.J. Host actually said this, I think, I think she said this. I don't want to put words in her mouth. I think she said, maybe it was E.J., maybe it wasn't. Now I've talked myself into a corner. I hate when I do this.
Good job.
I think she said that people who do swatting should be charged with attempted murder. I think she said that. She may not have. I think she said, I better confirm that, but I think she said that.
You got a couple of minutes to do that while I do the news.
I do, don't I? Sorry, EJ, if you didn't say that, it's my bad.
She's never coming back.
Is it 9 o'clock yet? All right, got a lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Traffic and weather on the way. Stick around. We've got a new warning about the safety of bridges in the U.S. In the wake of last year's bridge collapse in Baltimore, federal investigators are now calling for action.
The National Transportation Safety Board now urging dozens of bridges across for risk of collapse if hit by a ship. The recommendation comes as NTSB officials release new details about the collapse of Baltimore's Key Bridge. It's been nearly a year since a cargo ship lost power, slamming into the bridge, causing it to collapse, killing 6 people. Now the NTSB has identified 68 other bridges in 19 states that span waterways frequented by cargo ships, and they were built before 1991. The year new design standards were adopted to protect bridges from ship collisions.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert. Congressman John Rose officially launching his bid for governor in 2026. He joined WTN's Matt Murphy in studio talking about priorities, including tackling a $38 billion backlog of transportation projects for which he says Tennesseans have to be serious and have conversations about what they're willing to do about it and whether it would require more taxes.
Well, I wouldn't start there because I think we are as we've seen in recent years, Tennessee's been doing pretty well with respect to revenue. And so I think it's just about figuring out what our priorities are going to be, where we're going to spend the money that we've got. We've spent money on a lot of things. we've got to set priorities. And I would say that the road area is an area where we probably haven't been applying enough of the resources that we already generate as a state.
Another one of Rose's priorities is to ensure every Tennessean is within a half hour's drive of health care round trip. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. The stock market roller coaster is slowing as it rolls into the end of the week. The Dow Jones on Thursday slipped 11 points to close back below 42,000. The S&P gave up 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite 0.33%. A fire in an electrical substation has forced the closure of London's Heathrow Airport. It's caused major travel disruptions around the world. Flights inbound to Heathrow are being diverted to other European airports. FedEx has lowered its full-year profit and revenue forecasts as the parcel delivery company battles soft demand around the world and uncertainty in the U.S. economy. FedEx shares fell 5.3% in after-hours trading. Call it a political statement or a way to keep their cars from being vandalized, but Tesla owners in record numbers are trading in their vehicles. Car shopping site Edmunds acknowledges, though, that some Teslas are being traded in for newer Teslas. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures at the moment are looking down this morning with the Dow futures minus 140. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, we do have more problems on 65. This time is on the northbound side at Trinity Lane. There's another crash there, and the right shoulder has been blocked off by it. Got an accident on Murfreesboro Pike at Priest Lake. It's at Old Edge Lake Drive. That is a crash scene as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, so E.J. Haas did say that swatters should be brought up on attempted murder. So she did say that, and I actually agree with her on that. So just cleaning that up. Also, I didn't know this. Sister Pamela First sent me a note, and Tim Walz, of course, we were just talking about Tim Walz very quickly. I guess he said that he would kick the butts of Trump supporters. He said something along those lines. So Glenn Jacobs, or Kane, of course, everyone knows Glenn Jacobs. He sent out on X, all joking aside, at Governor Tim Walz, let's put our money where our mouth is in a charity wrestling match. Of course, you all know he was, again, Kane, the wrestler. He says, we'll split the gate 50-50 between our chosen organizations. He says, I'll kick things off myself with a $10,000 donation. What do you say? Hashtag Tennessee Waltz. Hashtag Let's Dance. Glenn Jacobs.
Oh, I love it.
You know what? I love that because I would say, and somewhere that whole interview with Gavin Newsom was so dumb. But for Waltz to say, you know, his masculinity, and I'm going to air quote that, his masculinity scares Republicans. For Tim Walz to say that he could kick the butts of Trump supporters. I love that Glenn Jacobs is calling people out, or calling out Tim Walz, and he absolutely should. Now, Tim Walz, it's really easy to get on Gavin Newsom's podcast and start talking smack. I would love to see him come to Tennessee and come to come out to see Glenn Jacobs and see if Glenn would accept the smack being spoken by Tim Walz, because I don't think that Glenn Jacobs would.
I don't know if you saw, but also he has Glenn Jacobs has his like Kane Twitter as well, or X as well, for like WWE purposes. That one also posted about my vote is on the mayor. So Kane's his alter ego wrestler character said, "Give me money on the mayor."
Oh, absolutely. Can you imagine if we actually, by the way, Knox County Mayor, I was going to call him Knoxville County Mayor, but it's not. He's the Knox County Mayor, whatever. But I would love for Waltz to come out, and we could make this actually like a national thing where people could, somehow bet on who would win that wrestling match. The one that says that he would kick the butts of Trump supporters, Tim Walz, or Kane, the Knox County Mayor. Who do you think would win? Joan?
With the Knox County Mayor, of course.
You think the Knox County Mayor would win?
Yeah.
You want 100%
Glenn Jacobs?
Oh, goodness.
No, we don't want to change the poll.
Yeah, I know, but that'd be 100%.
He's not allowed. He's not allowed to change the poll.
I gave him a note.
By the way,
focused.
I've been very focused today.
You have been. Good for you.
So, real quick, watch us on YouTube and take the poll, like and subscribe to YouTube, and watch the radio show. Apparently, it's very compelling. And take our poll. Today, the poll is because you know that John Rose, 6th Congressional District Congressman, has announced that he is running for governor. Officially, he is, as far as we can tell, the only real candidate that's out there that has announced that they are running. Marsha Blackburn has set up an exploratory committee, something like that. So she is deciding what she's going to do. So the poll is basically Blackburn versus Rose. We have also offered a third write-in option, and so far a lot of people have written in Congressman Tim Burchett. So right now, KGB, what do the numbers show?
We have a dead tie at 38% between Marsha Blackburn and John Rose at the moment.
Okay, and
we
how?
Have 25% of the write-ins. Again, I'm going to basically call that the Tim Burchett option because either that or Glenn Jacobs. Those are the two that I've seen. I haven't seen anyone else, to be honest, when it comes to the write-ins.
Okay,
but that's good. 25% for the write-ins, and then a dead tie, 37-37, John Rose and Marsha Blackburn.
All right, very good. I thought that John Rose, Congressman Rose, sounded really good on the Murphy Show. Kudos to Matt Murphy for doing a great interview. And I want to finish this soundbite. I didn't have time to play the whole thing. But he spoke a little bit, John Rose did. He spoke about why it is that he wants to do this.
Well, I'm a conservative outsider who got involved in this because I so believe that President Trump's conservative vision for restoring the greatness of America made so much sense, and I wanted to be a part of helping make that happen at the national level. But I also want to see that done in Tennessee. Now, we happen to be, I think, that shining city on a hill for the rest of the country. We already have a lot of those conservative values, but we've had a lot of growth in recent years. And so the question is, what comes next, and how do we preserve those values? So we need a governor who's strong enough to stand up and protect the values that have made Tennessee great, and smart enough to help Tennesseans think about what the future holds and how we keep Tennessee.
Do you know that John Rose, he has a Heritage Action score, literally for the past 2 years, I think, 100%. 100%.
Oh, that's interesting.
So no one can question his street cred when it comes to how conservative he is. I don't see him, demanding to wrestle Tim Walz, but let's face it, he is incredibly conservative. Now, in looking at his voting record, he voted no on Biden's American Rescue Plan. He voted no on the 2020 COVID relief and omnibus spending bill because it was so last minute. His voting record, by and large, does show John Rose he's not a fan of big regulation, and he also voted to challenge the results of the 2020 election. He also says that with Tennessee's growth comes the possibility of an erosion of our Tennessee values.
We can't attract people to Tennessee who want to come here and change it.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to make sure that when people are coming here, they want to embrace the values that we cherish, the values that created the environment that they're coming to in the first place. And so, generally speaking, I think we're doing well, but because of the success, I think we've got to become more determined and more specific in the policies that we put forward to safeguard all this.
Yeah, and part of that is the legislation that we do put forward, right? We want strong schools, less woke BS. We want men out of women's sports and restrooms and locker rooms. We want crime enforcement. We want to cooperate with ICE in Trump's immigration policies, all of which we are currently doing. As I said, luckily, Tennessee has done all of that.
I'm not a career politician. I just, have had a brief period of experiencing what that process is like, and that will be useful to me. But at the end of the day, the process of leading the state, the process of being governor, I think that's more akin to what I've spent my lifetime doing, which is being involved as an entrepreneur in business, creating ideas, building organizations, inspiring people to make things happen.
Yep. So he's been a farmer. He's an attorney. He was also, by the way, Tennessee's agriculture commissioner way back when, and he's been in Congress since 2019. He is obviously experienced in state politics, and he seems to me incredibly qualified. We'll see if Senator Marsha Blackburn, now that John Rose has officially announced that he is running, we'll see if Senator Blackburn chooses to announce that she is running anytime soon. 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, today, mostly sunny and a high of 62. On Saturday, sunny and a high of 68. Sunday, storms, wind, hail, very slight chance of tornadoes as well. A high of 70. Your complete forecast is coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Donald Trump announcing that he will utilize executive actions to eliminate the Department of Education. And this is something that the president has been talking about for a long time. This had to be one of the most epic executive order signings I've seen in a long time. He was surrounded, I don't know if you've seen it, but he was surrounded by a bunch of kids, and they all had their own little executive orders that they signed as well. It was actually really cute.
But we're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs, and this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work. Absolutely, it's going to work.
He said that it is a very popular thing to do. It actually is. I saw a poll recently, and it was like 73% of the American people agree that the Department of Education either needs to be dismantled or we here in America need to do something drastic to improve the test scores and the education of our kids. Now, remember, and we've all been talking about this, the math and reading scores are really low. Last year, only 39% of fourth graders and 28% of eighth graders scored at or above proficient, and many not even meeting the basic levels in math. And reading, of course, is not much better.
I can tell you from dealing with the governors and others in the state, they want it so badly. They want to take their children back and really teach their children individually. Probably the cost will be half, and the education will be maybe many, many times better.
So speaking of governors, you just heard the president talking about the governors. He's got a good relationship with Governor Bill Lee and our own governor. Tweeting this out or posting this, President Trump is right. It is time to end the Department of Education and hand states the reins. Tennessee has proven that when states lead, students succeed. We can once again make an American education the gold standard across the globe. Now, I don't have time to get into all of the different numbers, but I perhaps will when I speak to Scott Sapicki coming up at 7:36 right here on Nashville's Morning News. Of course, you know he's a state rep, and he is deeply involved in Tennessee's education system. So I wanted to get him on to talk about what that transfer really is going to look like and what that does mean for Tennessee students. But here's what we know. What we know is that the scores across the country nationally are really bad. Here in Tennessee, they're actually better, and they're improving. And so obviously Tennessee knows something that a lot of these other states don't. Again, we'll talk to Scott Sapicki about that as well. But Caroline Leavitt, she was out there talking to the media, and she was talking about the hysteria of the media and the Democrats in what Donald Trump wants to do.
President Trump is not failing America's children. He is saving America's children with this action, directing Linda McMahon, our great Secretary of Education, to dismantle this federal bureaucracy that has taken more than $3 trillion from the American taxpayer since its inception in 1979. And what have we had as a result of that investment in our children's education? Declining test scores in reading, writing, and math.
I mean, she's right. Fact check true. And by the way, speaking of the nation's report card, as she was speaking, as Caroline Leavitt was speaking, on the screen, there was the report card from 2019 to 2024. And scores nationally, while here in Tennessee, the scores are going up. Nationally, they've been going down by a lot.
Proficiency levels at record lows for eighth graders, for fourth graders, at every level in every state across this country. That's why the president is returning education back to the people, to those closest to our students in our classrooms, and that is teachers and educators and parents who know what is best for their children.
All right. Well, we'll talk to Scott Sapicki coming up here after the news at the bottom of the hour. It is 7:20. On Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7. By the way, also coming up before the news, I do have some more audio from John Rose. He was actually talking about what he would like to see for the state of Tennessee as far as education goes, because with the president now dismantling the Department of Education, who our next governor is critical to our kids' education. So details straight ahead, 7:20. And Joan Jones has the news at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, a local family, they're heartbroken and they're looking for a loved one. We'll tell you their story coming up at the news here. Also, London's Heathrow Airport, one of the busiest in the world. It is shut down at least through tomorrow. Details coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:21, Dan Mandis here. It is spring rebate madness time at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, listen to these rebates. You can save a lot of money here in June. A mini split 17 SEER or heat pump 17 SEER. That is an $800 rebate Heat pumps, 15 and 16 SEER, $500 rebate. Duct sealing or repair, that's a $300 rebate. So many ways to save with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now you join the Beehive Club today, and you get a $50 rebate on your spring and fall tune-up. And that means that you've already saved enough money to pay for the Beehive membership for the year. They'll even file those rebates for you so you don't have to. Listen, there's a ton of other benefits when you join the Beehive Club. Check them all out on our website, busybeehvac.com. That's busybeehvac.com. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. That phone number is 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Hey, it's Dan Mandis. Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Now with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. That's right. Now, Xfinity has built a network that is 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. You can get the same reliable network in the places you need it most, like at the coffee shop, in line at the grocery store, maybe at the game, all to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or you're working from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile together. And right now, a great deal. Through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year with no annual contract, and save $1,000 in that first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, Ask us how to get a free premium 5G phone. Find them online, Xfinity.com. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet Plus, one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus, one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary. .728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Education, of course, big conversation here in Tennessee. Yesterday, our own Matt Murphy asked John Rose, as he is announcing his run for governor, about his opinion on Governor Lee's Education Reform Act.
I am a supporter of choice, and I think that's at the core of what the governor is trying to get to, is that we want parents to be able to have a choice. If their public school or their local schools are failing them, we want them to have some options. And so I think that's laudable. But I think everyone that looks at this will tell you this. We've got to make public education work in Tennessee. Regardless of what happens with respect to school choice, we're still going to have a lot of kids that are going to public schools. Most of the counties in Tennessee, the vast majority of them, don't even have a private school option.
All right, so clearly he does support what Governor Lee is looking to do. He supports the governor, state legislature, and what they have done. He's not giving up on the public school system, and I'm sure specifics will happen as the primary season gets underway. We have seen improvements over the last several years with our test scores. He does want to build upon that.
We are making real progress. And here's the really interesting thing. If over the next 8 years, we get one additional student in each classroom to reach attainment levels each year for 8 years, if we just did that, so it's not an insurmountable goal, we'd be in the top 10, top 5 in every measure of public education nationally. So think about that. That's within our reach.
All right. So that is Congressman John Rose. He wants to be your next governor. By the way, find the entire podcast, outstanding interview between Matt Murphy and John Rose. Podcast, 997WTN.com.
Good morning, 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we'll start off with a crash here. 65 southbound lanes, a crash at the Callista Road overpass, and pretty slow behind it, too. We'll have more in traffic right after the news. London's Heathrow Airport has been closed down since last night because of a fire at a nearby electricity substation.
London's Heathrow, with 1,300 takeoffs and landings per day, suddenly shut down. Authorities say a massive fire broke out at an electrical substation supplying the airport. The cause of the fire under investigation. The airport is closed at least through midnight tonight.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Now, that closure at Heathrow is causing planes and flight crews to stack up around the world. So you want to make sure that you check for your flight status if you're headed to BNA for a flight today. The family of a man who has been missing for nearly 2 weeks is asking for the public's help in finding him. Robert Henry, and they call him Red, has a mental condition. He's been living at an assisted living facility in Nashville. His sister-in-law says he had been at the Nashville General Hospital but walked out before he was seen.
Is he scared? Is he hungry? So if he feels that, we feel that. He's a really, really soft-hearted person, and he's loved so much.
Robert has red hair. He's wearing a green shirt, dark jogging pants, and tan shoes, and he was last seen walking toward Jefferson Street. Well, this is Tesla Takedown Weekend. Some events scheduled for today, including at the Tesla showroom in Chattanooga. A check of the site, though, finds 20 people have RSVP'd to show up today. These events come as vandals have hit Tesla cars and dealerships recently.
Now we've seen despicable and unacceptable violence taking place across our country at Tesla dealerships against workers, employees, and also innocent Americans who drive these vehicles.
That's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 732, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Listen, friends, if you're new to Nashville or you've been here for a long time, but you need reliable garbage pickup, call my friends at J&J Services. Now, there's a lot of companies out there, but only J&J Services, they've been around for over 20 years. And if you throw it away, they're going to take it. Regular weekly trash pickup, construction sites, dumpster rental, even commercial trash compactor services. You can toss it or crush it with J&J Services. Now, they'll work with you on pickup times, and yes, they are incredibly reliable. And they'll also, by the way, if you need some, they'll supply you with porta potties as well. 2 decades of taking out the trash in Middle Tennessee. Call them for a free quote. J&J Services, 615-599-7778, 615-599-7778. Their website, jnjservices.com, J&J Services, where they always keep it trashy. .734, Nashville's Morning News. Scott Sapicki is coming up next on President Trump and trying to, the Department of Education. Looking forward to that. Dan Mandis here. You know, I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. Now, they are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers, and listen to this recent review on Google. One guy says that USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. He gives United Structural Systems USS 5 stars all the way. And they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Got some troubles this morning on 65 southbound. This is in White House. It's near the Callista Road overpass. There's a crash reported. And then 65 northbound side of Talbot's Corner past Trinity Lane. There's a crash blocking the right shoulder. And some trouble on 24. Westbound side at Harding Place, a crash. It is in the HOV lane and causing quite a delay this morning. Now, there is a crash at the Nashville State School there. It looks like the community college, White Bridge Road, just past Vine Ridge Drive. And we're hearing from super texter Rebecca, who tells us that truck involved in the crash may have hit a fire hydrant or something. There's a lot of water in that area. Careful around that area. And then you've got a crash as well in Arrington at 840 westbound at Horton Highway. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.37 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Happy Friday, March 21st of 2025. Scott Sapicki joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Always appreciate having you on, sir. Scott is the state rep from Tennessee's 64th District and, of course, heavily involved. If you listen to WTN at all, you know he is heavily involved in the state's education. So appreciate you being with us, Scott. Now, President Trump, of course, as everyone knows, finally signing the executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. A lot of folks might simply ask why he's doing this. There's a lot of people that listen to this show that are not as heavily engrossed in the news as I am. So from your perspective, just talk a little bit about why the president decided to do this, and we'll go on from there.
Well, first of all, thanks for allowing me to come on and talk to your listeners. This is a big day, Dan, for Tennessee and for our country in education. We've been waiting for this for over 50 years for this day to come, and it's kind of ironic that it's a beautiful sunny day when now education is now free again from the federal government. We are going to have the opportunity to educate our Tennessee students in the way that we know is best for them so that they can get the education that they need to be successful in life.
So drilling down into our state and our budget, our current state budget for education, I've seen anywhere around $7 billion, but with other funding thrown in, that total expenditure comes closer to $13 billion. I don't know how accurate that is. So from your standpoint, what is our current state budget? That is part one. And number two, when the Department of Education is finally eliminated, will that number go up?
Well, we spend roughly all dollars in about $12.5 billion a year. It is second to healthcare. We spend a little bit more in healthcare in Tennessee, but education is number two in our gross expenditures. I think that what you'll see is the continued investment of the General Assembly and the governor over the last, I believe, 10 years, Dan. We have doubled the investment in education in the state of Tennessee to the tune of almost $4 billion more dollars. And the thing that's got us frustrated is we have struggled to show the improvements, like you referenced, of how we've stagnated in our test scores. And I want to, I'm a Republican, and I don't want to talk bad about Republicans, but that No Child Left Behind and Race to the Top, where we focused on the growth of the students instead of the proficiency of the students, set us back decades. And I think going forward, and this is, I know Congressman Rose has announced, and I'm sure there'll be others to announce, the questions of what Tennesseans should be asking those governor's candidates is, what is your plan specifically if we get control of education again? What is that going to look like in your eyes as we move forward?
So do we know, and we may not know, but do we know specifically, because President Trump, what he wants to do, dismantle the Department of Education, send that funding straight to the states, do we know how much more money we would get? I mean, I don't know if you can break it down per pupil, but from just a strictly monetary standpoint, do we know that yet?
Potentially, it would be roughly about $2 billion more dollars.
Okay. Now, from your vantage point, you talked about Governor Rose, I should say Congressman Rose, Senator Blackburn maybe jumping in as well. But from your vantage point, as somebody who is just really in the thick of our state's education plans, what do you want to hear from either Senator Blackburn or Congressman Rose on their specifics as to how to make our education better for the students of Tennessee?
Well, I think the thing we all want to hear is we have to realize that more is not the answer. Less is the answer. More focus on the basics and fundamentals in early education. Getting the General Assembly, Dan, we just passed getting cell phones out of the kids' hands. We're working on more recess for our elementary kids. We're working on reduced testing. We're working on more time for our teachers to teach in the classroom and teach the standards that we know they have to learn. A governor has to come in and look at what Governor Lee and the General Assembly has done over the last 6 years and build on that and continue to build by addressing the things that are creating distractions in the classroom, not only for our students, but for our teachers, and getting our parents more engaged with the policies that the voters want to see.
From a curriculum standpoint, you and I have spoken many, many, many times about when you accept money from the federal government, there is oftentimes strings under Biden, DEI, and all of these other things. And at one point, the state even talked about saying no to the federal dollars because we don't want those strings. From a curriculum standpoint, you're the chair of the Education Instruction Committee. How will the dismantling of the Department of Education impact students from that standpoint, or will it?
Well, it'll have some impact. A lot of the little subtleties that the federal government puts in there when they give us the dollars, such as critical race theory or DEI theories, or the teachings that were pushed down that we fought back against, that were racist in nature, bringing identity politics into the classroom. We'll have now the autonomy to say we're not going to go there. What we're going to do, Dan, is we're going to create a standards and a classroom that the teachers are teaching the standards that we say that they need to learn, and be able to test them and let the kids show that they have learned those standards, because it's building blocks, Dan. It's third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, building one on top of the other so that these students can be successful in life. And I think by eliminating the Federal Department of Education, now that creates a vehicle for us to be more creative in the classroom and bring back that creativity of our teachers so that they can really push our students to the next level.
Well, one of the things, and I was talking earlier, Scott Spicki joining us, one of the things that I was talking about earlier was Tennessee's test scores over the national test scores. National test scores have been terrible. Yes. Tennessee's have actually been better than the national scores. And so I'm going to pick up the conversation there after I check the roads here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather for today, a high of 62, mostly sunny. On Saturday, sunny and 68. Sunday, going to be rocky storms, wind, hail, a slight chance of a tornado, very slight, high of 70. Your complete forecast is coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Scott Spicki, you've been doing this a long time, involved in the state's education plans for a long time. Why do you think that with the Department of Education, Carter, 1979, scores plummeted after the implementation of the Department of Education? For Tennessee, the last few years, our scores have gone up, and we have seen improvement. What's the difference between what we've been doing in the last several years and what the government has been doing nationally?
Well, in Tennessee, Dan, what we've done is we've recognized the failure of the system that we've put in place that our teachers have to adhere to. And so what we've done is we've started to strip this thing down to its core basics. We went back to phonics education on how we all learn to read. We went back to tutoring. We went back to summer school. We got the cell phones, the distractions out of the classrooms. We recognize that we have a problem with childhood obesity. We have a problem with mental health of our youth. And so we're running a bill to get them outside more, get them more athletic, get more recess so they can reset their brains. These are all common sense things that we're doing in Tennessee, Dan. But here's what's really interesting is because our test scores are improving like they are, other states are starting to say, hey, what's going on? And I get phone calls from other legislators around the country saying, hey, can you send me the language on that bill you ran on literacy, or send me your cell phone bill, your recess bill, because we understand that those are the common sense things that we need to do. And by getting rid of the Federal Department of Education, it allows 50 incubators of innovation across the country to those that do it the best will be the most attractive for those young families.
And I'd be willing to bet they're all going to be conservative states. And I know it's early, Scott, but apparently last night the Tennessee Board of Education had a special meeting to talk about how to implement Governor Lee's Education Freedom Act. I know it's early this morning, but have you heard how that went and how they are going to implement that? And overall, how has the Tennessee Board of Education responded to the passing of this legislation?
Well, they've been prepared. I mean, we started this conversation over a year ago. You know that I've been involved in that a year ago. And they've been preparing for this day. They have not been waiting and being reactionary. They've basically been trying to lay out a plan so that we can be effective in this, in the implementation, and be seamless. So we try to eliminate as many bumps in the road. That's the first step with the State Board of Education. They've got to start to put together the framework of how this is all going to work and how everybody's going to interact. And they're going to have to work with the Department of Education, the State Department of Education, on how they can enforce and implement all of the rules. And trust me, it's going to be a very complex thing, but I have total trust in Mr. Eby, the head of the school board, or the State Board of Education, that they will have a good plan for Tennessee, and I will bet you that it'll start to get copied around the country.
All right. Lastly, of course, you have a history in professional sports. The folks that don't know, you played with the Bengals, the White Sox, I believe, some others, I'm sure. Governor Lee has submitted an official letter of interest for Nashville to host the 2029 Super Bowl in, of course, the new stadium that's going up. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I wasn't a fan of giving a corporation $500 million, but, you know, I'm one vote. The General Assembly voted to build the new Titan Stadium. I think economically, it's proven that Super Bowls are massive generators of income and revenue. And for our small businesses down in Nashville, I'm sure it'll be a boom for them. It has to be more than just a Super Bowl. We have to keep that facility operating as much as we can to continue to generate the revenue that we need to help to get all that stuff repaid.
Well, let's face it. This is Nashville, and this new stadium has a roof, so we can use it. You know, every month. There's not going to be some downtime in like February because it's too cold outside. So, I mean, personally, I'm with you. I'm not a big fan of subsidies and all that, but ultimately, with the stadium, then you have all of the development around the stadium. Do you think eventually this will be a good moneymaker for the state of Tennessee and the city of Nashville?
I do believe in the long run it probably will. Being the hub of country music, we see what those concerts do for Nissan Stadium, and we see what happens to those concerts when they get rained on. And now with the roof, I think that hopefully that will become a huge music venue for country music and for other artists, that we can make sure that facility is operating at a high level all the time to continue to generate that revenue down on Broadway.
All right. Always great to have you on, State Rep Scott Cepicky. Have a great weekend, and always appreciate the perspective. It is 7:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Hey, Joan.
Oh, yeah?
You know what I have coming up next? KGB knows what I'm talking about. Coming up next, I've got a I Can Feel Your Anger update.
Can't wait to hear that one.
Super text line is alive and well. And we're going to talk about one particular not such a fan coming up next on Super Talk 99. And I think he's all wet. I think he's full of BS, is what this guy's saying, which is
Okay.
why I'm going to make a bigger point about what he has to say coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Right now, though, it's coming up on 8 o'clock. Joan, what's in the news?
Yeah, the legacy media is on fire with this one particular story today about Elon Musk. I'll tell you what it is. It's coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm sorry, the loser media? Is that what you said?
No, I called them legacy.
Loser media. Is that what I'm moving right along.
I'll let you do that.
7:52. Can you tell it's getting closer to 9? 7:52. Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask. I've actually had some people reach out to me and say, all right, Dan, you've been reading the same darn commercial for like well over a year. I finally went and did it. I asked my insurance company, and sure enough, they could not guarantee that they would pay full replacement cost for my roof. Then they called my friends at King & Associates, and sure enough, they will pay full replacement cost. Listen, friends, thousands of dollars is on the line here. If you're with an insurance company and they're not going to cover the replacement cost for your roof in case a storm happens, then you are on the hook for thousands of dollars, because basically what they're doing is they're depreciating how much they pay for your roof claim. If you've got an older roof, they're going to pay you less. And as I've been saying for a long time, that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. So my friends at King & Associates, they will pay full replacement cost. Call them. Find out all about it. 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Online, tkinginsurance.com. 7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. All right, so it's the I Can Feel Your Anger update. This is from 4870. He says, Mandis, the more you promote John Rose, the more I suspect he is a rhino.
Oh.
Number one, I'm not promoting John Rose. I'm covering a news story. He continues on, because there is a difference. Everyone is done with softball politicians. Grill these people with food questions. I think he meant good questions. But I could ask him, like what his favorite guacamole is, or whatever.
Ooh. In-N-Out or Whataburger?
He said, grill these people with food questions, good questions, or find someone who can just don't interview. It's not helping. Again, I don't know why he think what we do here is opinion and a lot of news and opinion, whatever. Then he said, God, you're a fool. Okay. So, number one, I responded back. John Rose has a 100% Heritage Action score. I'm not promoting anybody. I'm covering news. Love you, though, is what I responded back. And then he came back with something really snarky. Should I read his snarky response?
Do it.
Should I? All right. He says, yes, Dan, we all love you. The problem is no one trusts you or WTN. It's just the only conservative outlet besides Fox News on the radio, but keep selling ED pills. It's what matters most.
Oh.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, I can tell him about the great company of Low T Center.
I don't do ED pills, just so we're clear. Like, I don't represent ED pills. I do represent the Low T Center, though.
Yeah, and they're great.
I wonder if 4870 needs to go to the Low T Center. Moving right along. I'm just kidding.
Respect.
4870, thank you for listening. Got a lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Well, good morning. It is now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a crash on 65 southbound lanes at White House. It is stop and go up to the Callista Road overpass because of that crash this morning. We'll deal more with that in traffic and weather right after the news. Congressman John Rose making an official announcement yesterday.
We're excited to announce that I'm running for governor of Tennessee in 2026 and just starting a conversation with the people of Tennessee.
He was on the Matt Murphy show yesterday. He says he'll work to boost Tennessee's 50% reliance on base power from energy from nuclear.
We should be striving to get more there. We are positioned to build the first in the nation small modular reactor at Clinch River in Oak Ridge. And that will be a great jumping off point for the Valley to further our ability to tap into what nuclear can produce for us.
Rose is the first candidate to jump into the race. Senator Marsha Blackburn is also expected to announce her candidacy. The legacy media on fire with a story about Elon Musk visiting the Pentagon today. The New York Times printing a shocking headline. It was parroted by ABC's Martha Raddatz.
The New York Times had reported that Elon Musk would be briefed at the Pentagon. Top secret plans for any potential war with China, which would be an extraordinary expansion beyond the Doge responsibilities, given his business connections to China and the fact that those are very closely held secrets. But overnight, a fury of denials from the Trump administration, the president claiming the story is completely untrue, and Elon Musk calling the story pure propaganda, saying leakers will be prosecuted.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said this is an informal meeting, and ABC later reporting that China would only be mentioned in that meeting. Well, welcome to the first full day of spring, and here we go with the weather. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro telling us that tomorrow will be lovely, but Sunday, right around dinner time, there are some strong thunderstorms expected well into the nighttime hours.
Our main threats are the usual suspects: heavier rainfall, high wind gusts, and isolated tornado, though, will be on the table for us as well. The severe threat does include all of Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky.
It's a 1 out of 5 chance of severe weather, and forecasters say this will evolve over the course of the weekend, so keep it here on WTN for all the latest. A firearms manufacturer is making an $80 million investment in Rutherford County and creating about 200 new jobs. Barrett Firearms will house its global manufacturing site at the campus off Manchester Pike. The company plans a 250,000 square foot facility, and its parent company, NIOA Group of Australia, intends to locate its headquarters there at the facility as well. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. A half hour to go before the opening bell, and the Dow futures are down 289 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, it is a crash this morning on Bell Road at Brookview Estates Drive in Nashville. Antioch, a traffic accident at Laverne Couchville Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard, and still working an accident scene on 65 in the southbound lanes at Trinity Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know what I'm curious about? That whole conversation, Joan Jones, about John Rose being a rhino, even though he's got a 100% Heritage Action score.
Yeah.
That means that he is the most conservative lawmaker in Congress. I mean, you can't get over 100%.
Yeah.
I don't think. But guy says John Rose is a rhino, right? Okay, whatever. Can I ask a question? What is a rhino?
A Republican in name only.
No. I know that.
Okay.
But can somebody actually define that? because there's people in this state, and trust me, I hear from them often, who like to just, and I've mentioned my disdain for these people before, so I'm not going to go on a rant. But there's people in this state who do nothing but point fingers at other conservatives and call them rhinos. But what is that? Like, what is the tenet of a rhino? Like, I know what a tenet of a rhino is, but there's people that call people rhinos who clearly aren't. So what is the current definition of a rhino? Like, I would love to know. Because if John Rose with a Heritage Action score of 100% is a rhino.
That was just one of Marsha's people. Oh. What now, huh?
Joan Jones throwing down some
accusations.
Some Joan Thunder.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I am curious. Like, what is a rhino these days?
I asked Grok.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, Grok. What does Grok say?
It's an acronym often used in American politics, standing for Republican in name only. It refers to someone who identifies as a Republican but doesn't align with the party's more conservative principles, often leaning moderate or liberal on certain issues.
Okay.
I mean, that's a pretty good definition.
It is a good definition. So, in other words, if you are somebody who is squishy on illegal immigration, for example, but I think Trump is, he's pretty well defined. I mean, the current Mitt Romney would be a rhino, right? Dan Crenshaw. People are calling Dan Crenshaw these days a rhino.
Liz Cheney is a rhino.
What was that?
It was a little cough in between.
Maybe I don't understand what that was for.
Yeah, because I don't like her.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, she was making me
Yes.
choke up.
Okay, very good. Anyway, so yeah, I do Mitch McConnell. All right, Mitch McConnell.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
2251. Mitch McConnell is a rhino. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Mitch McConnell. Okay, see, but these are people that are actually rhinos.
Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski.
So but see, here's the deal with some of these folks that are in this state is that if everybody's a rhino, then nobody's a rhino, right? You can't sit here and just say, well, John Rose is a rhino. And because you cannot possibly compare John Rose to a Mitch McConnell. You just can't. And so if you're going to throw out, and I call this what do I call it? A Republican slur? I think I've called it whatever. I've called it a political slur. You call somebody a rhino. Well, why don't you just, if you want to be taken seriously, then watch who you call a rhino, because if you call the people who are clearly conservative rhinos, then you're only exposing yourself as somebody who is uneducated as to who that person is. So, and that nobody cares what I think, but all I'm saying is that if you're one of those people out there, and I know that they monitor my show and everybody on WTN, and they like to sit here on their little computers and like to, start calling us all rhinos and stuff. Well, when you do that, you only make yourself look silly. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that was Marsha Blackburn's people. That was a good one, though, Joan. I actually loved that. That was funny.
Mike H. actually has a perfect text, a rhino definition. A rhino is any Republican politician who disagrees with me on any single policy position.
Well, there you go. I think that's more
exactly
accurate.
right.
Yeah.
That is exactly right. And the other thing I would say, and then I'm going to move on because I really don't care about this, but the other thing I would say is that oftentimes if somebody is not like a pounding the fist on the desk, screaming kind of a conservative, then they consider you a rhino. And people have said that about me. I'm just going to be honest. People have said, Mandis, you're nothing but a rhino. Why? Well, you're too mild-mannered. Well, that doesn't mean I'm a rhino. That doesn't mean that I'm not conservative. It just means that I'm not a yeller and I'm not a screamer, and nobody wants to hear somebody screaming at, 7 o'clock in the morning with the kids in the car. So don't take somebody's mild-mannered mannerisms as being weak on conservatism, because I can assure you, friends, I'm not. Hey, you want to hear some funny audio, Joan?
Yeah.
So J.D. Vance, not a rhino, J.D. Vance was on with Vince Colonnese, the guy who has replaced Dan Bongino. And he had he had a great question asked. J.D. Vance had a great question asked of him. How are you doing the job differently than Kamala Harris? Listen to this.
How are you doing the job differently than Kamala did it?
Well, I don't have 4 shots of vodka before every meeting. That's one way I think that Kamala really tried to bring herself into the role is these word salads, and I think that I would need the help of a lot of alcohol to answer a question the way that Kamala Harris answered questions. I mean, look, man, I don't know. My sense is, and this is a little bit of guesswork. Obviously, I don't talk to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden very often, but my sense is that.
All right, it cuts off there. That's pretty funny, though.
Yeah.
That is very funny. And you know what? Fact check true. She still sounds drunk. Like
She does. I know.
Do you know what I've wondered with Kamala Harris? And I don't want anything bad to happen to Kamala Harris. Okay, just so we're clear, I wasn't laughing because I couldn't say that with a straight face. I'm laughing because I just looked to my left and on my computer screen right now is a very menacing-looking Tim Walz in the interview with Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
And it's just the whole of the Democrat Party. They're just a joke right now. But with Kamala Harris, I don't want any harm to ever come to people. That's not who I am. But I've kind of wondered sometimes if she's got like some sort of something going on upstairs. You know what I'm talking about? She maybe got an illness or something.
Oh.
Because she's always got, follow me here. She's always got kind of a slur going on.
Yeah.
Like she is drunk. And
so you think it's not the result of alcohol, but like maybe something.
She's got something going on upstairs. Or not going on upstairs.
Yeah.
Maybe she's got early Biden disease. I don't know.
That would be...
that would not be... No, All I'm saying is that it's hard for me to believe that with the feedback that she must have gotten when she was out on the campaign trail, that she would still do the things that she does, which is that hideous, weird laugh that she has and the loopy kind of way that she speaks and the word salads and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just... Does she? I've heard this a time or two myself, but do you hear yourself? People would say to Kamala Harris, I'm sure.
But
and
I think that she was yesed to death while she was on the campaign trail. I don't think anybody told her that she was doing things and saying things that were nonsensical, and I think she was protected from what the media, the conservative media, was saying about her. She went out there boldly, continuing to do the things that she was doing, even though the whole country was laughing at her.
Kenny says, I had a friend that took Xanax a lot, and he slurred like he was drinking. So maybe she's on Xanax.
Okay.
Listen, if there is anybody that has a right to be on Xanax after dealing with Joe Biden for 4 years, it would be Kamala Harris. But then again, it could be vodka as well.
I wonder... we should maybe go back to the recordings of her as she became when she said, Joe, we did it, Joe, like all the way back then to see if that was part of her speech pattern.
You know what? You're right. When she was the Attorney General of California, she wasn't like this.
I don't think she was.
Joan, she wasn't like this when she was the District Attorney of San Francisco.
So maybe she was
wasn't
medicating.
Like this.
Yeah.
Maybe she was. And you know what? As people get older, you do need to self-medicate as you get older, I believe.
Not everybody. Maybe in politics you do.
Just so we're clear, the only self-medicating I do is coffee.
Right here.
And you know where I get that coffee, Joan?
Where do you get that coffee, Dan?
Starbucks, because I'm a rhino.
You rhino.
You see how that whole thing, just the
Comes
whole
right
thing
back
went all
around.
the way around, right? All right, 8:16, time to check the roads on WTN. 817 Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather goes, and the guy has a great point, 76, 79. He says, can someone give us a detail about what Rose did or voted for to be called a rhino? I can't find anything. Now, I'll be honest with you, I haven't done a deep dive into everything that he's voted for. A lot of people are concerned with how folks voted regarding the certification of the election of 2020. And in the House of Representatives, and I did mention this earlier, John Rose voted to challenge the results of the 2020 election there in the House of Representatives, if that tells you anything about John Rose. As far as your weather goes, Saturday, sunny and 68. Sunday, storms, wind, hail, slight chance of a tornado, and a high of 70 degrees. As far as your day today, high of 62 and mostly sunny. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, one of the things, and one of the things that every time I play J.D. Vance, I hope that he is going to be our next president of the United States. I firmly believe that he will. Somebody asked me the other day, though, and I thought it was an intriguing question, which was, okay, and KGB and Joan, you can pipe in on this if you want. Let's say for whatever reason, J.D. Vance decides, no, I'm not going to run. I don't want to run. I hate politics, and I'm going to go back to Ohio to be with his buddy Vivek Ramaswamy, who will no doubt be the governor. Who else other than J.D. Vance? Here's who I have. Marco Rubio.
Yes, I think he's an excellent candidate.
Ron DeSantis.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it. Who am I missing? There's got to be more than two. I know there's more than two. I still like Vivek Ramaswamy, be honest with you.
Wouldn't it be fun to see Tom Homan?
Oh, my gosh. Tom Homan would be amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what? Super texters, because we can't change the poll, because I promised myself that I'm not allowed to change the poll today. By the way, the poll is, and I want an update, like us on Facebook, watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you can watch the radio show because it's fascinating, apparently. And let me know if you like Marsha Blackburn or John Rose for your governor, because Rose has officially announced, and Marsha Blackburn has set up an exploratory committee. And so those are the only two that we know. I guess there's one other one that is officially announced, but I don't know who this person is or what party they're in. But let's be honest, for the Republicans, it's those two right now that have either officially announced or given a possible intention to run. So, and then we gave a third option, which is write-in vote. So who's winning now, KGB, in the Daily Dan
This
poll?
may be one of our closest ever, by the way. This is great. Refreshing, if I say so myself. 39%. John Rose looks like to be each eking out a victory here. Marsha Blackburn right behind him at 36%, and that write-in at 26%. Majority of it, again, is for Tim Burchett and or Glenn Jacobs.
Okay, very good. 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We have to, at the end of the crisscross, we have to promote the poll and also tell folks the final results, because I can feel your anger letter, where it was the person was complaining that we never give the final tally for the polls at the end of the day. So that is something that we need to try to remember to do in the hysteria that is the crisscross. All right, where is that audio coming from? Here it is. All right, it is 8:21 on Nashville's Morning News on, there it is, Super Talk 99.7. Friday, and Joan Jones has the news at 8:30. Hey, Joan.
Yeah, Heathrow Airport out of commission at least through tomorrow. Also, Tennessee is the site of a future Super Bowl. Yeah, we'll tell you who's talking about that coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
822, Nashville's Morning News, and that pre-summer stress is starting to kick in. How confident are you that you're ready to slide into that bathing suit? Now, if you need help like so many of us do, check out Contours of Cool Springs. They are experts in red light technology. Now, they can help you lose 2 inches of fat in that first session, or it is free. Now, I've done it. My pants are noticeably looser. And by the way, if it doesn't work for you, if you're not satisfied, that session is free. Now, you know that Contours in Cool Springs is the only place in Tennessee with this cutting-edge red light technology. Folks come in from everywhere because what Contours offers is unique and effective. See how it works at their website, contoursllc.com. And right now, get ready, a great offer right now. They are offering you a $99 belly buster special to the first 10 callers. That is normally a $600 value. Right now, if you're one of the first 10 callers, that is a $99 special just for listeners to my show. That phone number, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Check them out online, contoursllc.com, and get ready for summer. Contoursllc.com. That phone number one more time, 615-236-9960. $825, Nashville's Morning News. You know, for me, my backyard is my oasis. And I bet a lot of you folks feel the same way, which is why I am so glad that Save a Tree came into my life. Save a Tree can help your trees, your bushes, your plants, and your shrubs look amazing. So if they're sick, Save a Tree can nurse them back to health. If they don't look right, Save a Tree can make them look incredible with the proper pruning. Now, Save a Tree came over to my house. I told them my issues with my plants and my shrubs. They had a lot. And they gave me great suggestions on how to fix my crepe myrtles and my shrubs. Now, these folks at Save a Tree, they are actual arborists who can do wonders for your back or your front yard. A few things. They can make your lawn look amazing and weed-free. They can treat yellow leaves and diseased shrubs. And they can help you bring those trees back to life. See how beautiful your yard can be. Set up your own evaluation at saveatree.com. Spelling is, of course, important. SAVATREE. Saveatree.com. Simply dial them up on the phone, pound 250 on your smart device, and say the keyword Save a Tree. That's pound 250, keyword Save a Tree. $8:28, Nashville's Morning News. You know, Joan, we're having fun with 4870, who is sending me hate mail.
Oh, yeah.
Hate texts. 1761 says 4870 is Matt Murphy's burner phone. See, that's funny.
Yeah.
And real, of course he would have a burner phone. That would not surprise me in the slightest.
Oh, you know.
You don't think he has a troll account on X?
Murphy Show?
Yeah.
I don't know. He doesn't need a troll account.
I mean, he trolls pretty well.
He trolls very well just on his own. I mean, in a good way.
Yeah. But every time he, like, his Twitter needs a break, he just uses another one just to keep on going.
Just to, you know, like get the anger out by sending some hateful
just troll posts here and there.
Okay. Whatever. By the way, we were asking, Joan, who, if not J.D. Vance, who for 2028? Rand Paul was definitely one. Tom Homan loved your idea.
Brian Donalds was a big one, too.
Byron Donalds was a big one. I like Byron Donalds. Did you call him Brian?
He did.
Oh, I meant Byron. I meant Byron.
Byron.
I said Byron.
Okay. Who else? Somebody said Andy Ogles.
Somebody said Tom Cotton, but I think he's pretty rhino-ish, too.
Tom Cotton?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know much about Tom Cotton. Like, he sounds really good on his interviews. I don't know about voting records and all that kind of stuff. So,
how about Jim Jordan?
I like Jim Jordan. I've always liked Jim Jordan. But again, one of those guys I would have to really do a deep dive on how they vote. All right. Well, Matt Murphy is coming up at 3. Chris Hand, though, is coming up at 9. The Crisscross is coming up next. And by the way, a big announcement with me and Chris.
Oh.
Big announcement is coming up. Yep. It's coming up next on WTN.
Good morning. It's 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is a big problem on 24, the westbound lanes right now. It's a medical emergency at Bell Road. As you travel on 24 westbound and the HOV lane is blocked off by it. So careful in that area and maybe give them some space. More coming up right after the news. A travel nightmare is underway after a fire closed one of the world's busiest airports, London's Heathrow Airport. And it'll be closed now until tomorrow. This was an electrical substation near the airport that went up in flames. London's Fire Brigade Deputy Commissioner Jonathan Smith saying the fire is far from over.
Fire involved a transformer comprising of 25,000 litres of cooling oil fully alight. This created a major hazard due to the still live high voltage equipment and the nature of the oil-fueled fire.
Now, United Airways is saying it's offering alternative travel options British Airways said they'll redirect their inbound flights to other UK airports. If you've got a flight coming out of BNA today, you might want to check with the airport before you head to it. GOP lawmakers ready for protest, they say, when legislation to give school districts the option to refuse enrolling illegal immigrant students comes up for votes next week. House Majority Leader William Lamberth.
For anyone that comes to this Capitol, you're not going to shut down the people's business. So we were elected to come down here and debate very serious ideas. We would only ask that the guests that come to the Capitol, this is your Capitol. It belongs to you. It belongs to the people of the great state of Tennessee. We ask that you be respectful. We ask that you not try to shut things down or anything like that.
And meantime, Governor Bill Lee submitting a letter of interest to the NFL saying he wants Tennessee to be on the short list to host the Super Bowl in 2029.
The economic development, the positive ripple effects that it has all across the state, it will impact people from one end of the state to the other, regardless of whether they participate in a game here.
And of course, that would be at the newly built Nissan Stadium. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Speaking of Joan, Dan Mandis here. You know, America is full of gun stores here in Middle Tennessee. My home for all things two-way is the Glock store. Whether it's training, buying, or upgrading, you can count on the Glock store. Now, one of the reasons why Glocks are the most popular handgun in America is that so many custom and performance parts you can use. Now, you've got night sights and competition triggers and red dot optics. So many ways to upgrade your firearm, and they can do it at the Glock store. And they'll install them for free while you wait. That's right. There's always a gunsmith on duty. And yes, you did hear that right. You buy the parts. They will install those parts for free while you wait. There's a lot of reasons to like the Glock store. Free parts installation is just one of them. Now, I know that you'll find lots to like at the Glock store as well, just like I did. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Two great websites, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
Okay, it is a medical emergency on 24 westbound this morning. It's just past Bell Road. Park there in the HOV lanes. You might want to give them a little extra space. A crash this morning in Nashville on Bell Road at Brookview Estates Drive. Another one at Old Hickory on Old Hickory Boulevard at Hadley Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the crisscross or the handoff. I'm all defensive now because Murphy threw handoff out there. And so now I'm trying to decide which I like better, crisscross or handoff. But anyway, Joan Jones is here. Hi, Joan.
Hello there.
And KGB is here as well. And this, of course, is my favorite segment of the week.
It is.
It is. You want to do this story real quick? The thing that you brought into this?
Yes. All right.
This is crazy.
So this is a crazy story, and I'm a little bit shocked that Joan Jones hasn't had this in her newscast.
Oh, no. What is it?
Cheap shot there.
It is a little jab at Philly Joan. DoorDash has struck a deal with Klarna. Okay, Klarna is like a credit financing thing. You can do this on Amazon. It defers payments. You can pay in installments. But DoorDash users will now be able to take out a loan to pay for lunch.
To pay for lunch.
So you order Burger King and you charge it.
You take a loan
to
out?
a loan?
You can either split a payment into 4 interest-free installments or defer payments to a more convenient date.
Well, let's learn more. Let's learn more from Yahoo Finance.
Buy now, pay later firm Klarna. This one is landing and partnering up with DoorDash. In the coming months, customers will be able to use Klarna services to purchase groceries, retail, and a Dash Pass annual plan. And customers will have the option to pay for their purchases in full in 4 equal installments or defer payments to a more convenient time. Here, shares right now of DoorDash up by 1.5%.
Yeah, and I'm not proud to admit this, but I am a Dash Pass member.
Really?
Yes, I am.
How long? Member since?
Like 2 years now.
Okay, since 23.
It's a good deal. It's a good deal. But for DoorDash, this is their first buy now, pay later partnership. We've seen this shift in consumer sentiment, this decrease in consumer confidence, this expectation that we're going to have inflation elevated over the long term. And
can I just say this? If you have to pay for your food in 4 different installments, just make a PB&J at home.
Honestly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And if you let your children do this, it's child abuse.
Oh, can you imagine?
I'm just thinking, they say 4 interest-free installments. Who's going to take that option, and what's the interest rate on deferring the payment to a more convenient date?
Right, exactly. Well, let's listen to more of this.
we know that a lot of consumers, they've been pretty squeezed when you go to the grocery store. So the fact that we're seeing this buy now, pay later partnership for DoorDash, I think could be a positive, hence the share uptick that we're seeing today. But this is also coming ahead of Klarna's expected IPO. And I think just partnering with, more of a sexy name like DoorDash, a name that people know and recognize, that could potentially get some retail investors on board too.
Is DoorDash sexy? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I was thinking the same, DoorDash sexy don't really go hand in hand.
I guess it depends on how good the delivery DoorDash person looks.
Yeah.
Also, it's important to point out this is Yahoo Finance, and they have two 20-something-year-olds saying this is a great idea to be able to defer your $15 Chipotle to a later date with interest.
To be fair, they were actually saying, this is like a great idea. Because that's how they speak now.
Still shocked Yahoo's still a thing.
I don't think it's a smart idea because this is going to appeal to the young folks, right?
Yep.
Now, it's been years since I told this story, but when I saw this, it immediately reminded me of me in my early to mid 20s, where I think I racked up about $15,000 in credit cards.
Whoa.
Jeez. And by today's standards, that's 60, 70 grand.
Yeah.
and then my mom found my credit card bill. Oh, my Lord. She was ticked.
She lost it?
She did. She absolutely lost it. And in fairness to me, although why somebody had to tell me, I don't know, but nobody told me when I was a kid about interest rates. Nobody told me about, the dangers of having a bad credit score. Nobody told me, and my dad never told me that.
This is one of the biggest issues I have with the public school systems.
Yes.
That should be a mandatory class. You need to have fiscal responsibility taught in high schools because it's not taught at all. And then these kids are sent out into the real world. They go to college, and then they rack up all this debt.
Yeah. I mean, I had my credit card, And I treated it stupidly like it was free money. And I worked for years to pay that off. I never bankruptcy, never did any of that stuff. And I had multiple credit cards too. So there was that as well.
Wait, didn't your mom see the things you were buying? Like, were you buying new sneakers every other day? You know, that kind of thing?
Do you know what I'm embarrassed to say?
I can't wait.
It was all food.
It was food? Are you kidding me?
It was food. I promise. It was all. I was fat.
How many
And I had
steaks
a-
did you eat a day?
Wow.
You know what? I went out to lunch every day with me and my friends.
Mm-hmm.
And
You would pay for all of them?
No, I just. You know what? When you spend a lot of money on credit cards, that interest rate racks up.
Yep.
And so you can buy, you can buy $5 worth of food, and all of a sudden, within a few months, it balloons up to $6 and $7, and it keeps compounding interest and all that. So, and I was also buying school books and gas, and going out on dates and that kind of thing too. So, I mean, I was spending a lot of money, and then my mom found my credit card receipts. And then I had to tell her, well, that's only one.
Oh, jeez.
And so she called my dad, and it was like a whole big thing.
Dan, why don't you take a seat?
Yeah. I mean, it was like that. And they explained to me, and my dad was like, gave me the whole rigmarole. And I said, well, why didn't you tell me that when I was like 15? Because he explained compounding interest and all of that. I didn't know any of that.
Yeah.
So,
well, the school should be teaching it, but my wife just texted me. She said they're too busy teaching girls that they can be boys and boys that
that's
they
exactly
can be girls.
right.
Yes.
And this KGB, when you went to school in California, because you and I went to school in California, I was in the 80s. But did they teach you about that at all?
No. It was U.S. history. In my senior year, I took a sci-fi class.
Huh.
That's all you need to know. And honestly, like, we can add taxes to this as well when it comes to these kind of classes. Like, taxes and like interest rates and all this stuff needs to be taught in like at least senior year.
I will say this for parents out there listening and grandparents, and this is not an ad or anything like that. This is just something that we do at the house. PragerU Kids has a bunch of series on fiscal responsibility that teaches kids about money in a kid-friendly format.
I love PragerU.
Me too.
Yeah.
I absolutely love PragerU, and I'll watch their videos on YouTube and I'm bored.
And it's all free. We have the app on the Roku channel, and
Yeah.
it's you can go right in and show them all those videos.
Do you do that with your kids?
Yeah.
Love it.
Why they watch PragerU with your
Yeah,
kids?
we watch PragerU Kids a lot.
Yeah.
There's a show they have called Guess or Mess, where it's all history questions. But if you get it wrong, they like dump anchovies on you.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
It's a
like
bit harsh.
my kids love Guess or Mess.
Yeah, you ought to do like a home version.
Yeah, we should.
It's like tell
I'll see if
You're going to
Virginia
threaten your kids with anchovies?
Tell Virginia,
I'll see
get
how
the
Virginia
anchovies.
feels about cleaning that up.
Anchovies, yeah.
Backyard or like out in the street?
We should do a home version.
Have you
of
ever
Guess or
had an
Mess.
anchovy?
No.
No. I heard they're salty.
Joan?
I don't think so.
So
I've had sardines. Sardines are really good.
So way back when,
Mm-hmm.
I accidentally had some anchovies.
On a pizza.
Accidentally? Well, I'm
It was on a pizza, right?
Did somebody say this is sushi?
No, but I got a separate story about that, but people have heard it. But no, you're right, Joan. It was on pizza. So I was with
gross.
somebody, and this was in my early 20s, back when I had $15,000.
And
in
you
debt.
said, I'm not paying for this.
And so
Slam it on the ground.
I had sausage and pepperoni, and my friend had, anchovy, whatever the heck it was. And I took a bite of that piece of pizza, not paying attention. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever had in my life. I mean, it was nasty.
Why is that even an option? That's my question.
Anchovies?
On pizza?
I don't feel like it is anymore.
No.
Well, this was in the late 80s, early 90s.
It was
but, I mean,
acceptable in the 80s, I guess.
well, I mean, people put anchovies on. People put a lot of things on pizza. People put,
Regular
what's good on
things.
pizza? You know, it's good on pizza. Canadian bacon and pineapple.
Yeah, the pineapple
You would
thing
know about that,
freaks
Chris.
me out.
Not a fan of the pineapple on
No,
pizza.
I'm not pineapple
No.
either.
Why does a
it's too
pineapple thing
sweet
freak you out?
It's not, well, it doesn't freak me out. I just think it's too sweet for a pizza.
Okay, well, that's fine. Whatever.
How about
Dan feels personally assaulted.
Yeah.
how about hot chicken on pizza?
No.
Oh,
I would do that in a
No.
heartbeat.
Yeah.
You know
Hot
what?
chicken on pizza?
Yeah.
You know what one of my favorite things is Party Fowl has poutine, which everybody's going to make the Canadian jokes. But they have poutine with hot chicken on top, and it is so good.
I don't even know what poutine is.
It's cheese curds, gravy on French fries.
Oh my God, that sounds so good.
It's money.
I'm starting. I'm hungry now.
If you listen closely, you can hear Chris's arteries hardening as we speak.
Worth it though. Worth it.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little cray.
We should do that.
Poutine.
Here lies Chris Hansen's. Or here,
can order it.
I have Canadian friends. They went to a wedding and there was a poutine bar.
Oh my gosh.
Really?
Yeah.
A poutine bar.
Here lies Chris Hand, died in a horrible poutine accident.
You know what?
Hashtag worth it.
On the tombstone.
You know what we'll do is one day we'll have to order pizza and it'll be like poutine day at WTN.
We
Oh my
should.
God, I'm all for
Yes.
this.
Oh,
We
yeah.
should, live on air, we should eat it.
Yes. Let's go.
All right. You know what? You
Put it
tell
on
me
the
what
pizza.
day. You tell me what day and we'll go
Monday,
ahead and
Tuesday,
order it.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Is there a pizza place open at 8:30 in the morning? I don't think so.
I forgot. We're at the worst time of the day for that.
Yes, for that. Yeah, we'll figure out a way. You know what? There's got to be a pizza place that ruins pizza with poutine. And if you,
I'm offended.
Ruins poutine with the pizza, you mean?
If you are one of those pizza places that puts poutine on pizza and you want some free pub, then let us know and we'll get your name out and you can deliver us poutine.
Oh, there is
pizza.
one place right around the corner that is open at 7 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what I had once when I was doing mornings in Pittsburgh?
What?
Pierogi pizza.
Pierogi?
Oh.
Yes.
What is pierogi?
What?
Pierogi is like a mashed potato dumpling almost.
But you can put cheese in mashed
Yeah,
potato.
there's
That's the
cheese.
best. Yeah.
Mashed potato pizza's that's a little strange.
No, you would love it.
You know what we need to do,
I probably
Joan? We need to do Irish potatoes on pizza.
No, the Irish potatoes are the dessert.
Yeah,
So
that's an after pizza.
I brought home the Irish potatoes that Joan made for the kids, and I said, hey, Joan made you guys some Irish potatoes. And they were like, nope, not doing it. And I said, there's no actual potatoes in it. They're like, no, still not trusting. And then I said, you got to just take a bite. And they were like, oh, these are good.
That is funny.
And then they left me a cute little note. It was
did.
adorable.
All right, very good. By the way, so Chris and I have decided that he and I are going to do a podcast.
Yep.
Oh my.
And it's called Mostly Peaceful with Dan and Chris.
Love it.
Now, Chris came up with, this is why I love and I hate you. Because I texted Chris the idea, hey, what about you and me doing a podcast? The company's like honest, right? So what about me and you doing a podcast?
The people need more Dan and Chris.
Absolutely, clearly.
They've been demanding it.
Debatable.
And so you won't be working on our podcast.
Yeah, you're out already.
You're out.
Okay.
There's big money to be made with this youngling. So I sent a note to Chris. Well, what do we call it? Within, Joan, I kid you not, I think it was like within a minute.
Yeah.
You come back with Mostly Peaceful with Dan and Chris.
I
It's
absolutely
a good name.
love that name.
It's a good name.
That's fantastic.
What day will you be doing this?
We haven't yet decided because we have to go through all of the stuff. Corporate has to do whatever it is that corporate does
They
to ruin it.
They hold up hoops.
They
then
do.
We,
You
and
jump
then we
through them.
jump.
Here's the funny thing about corporate. Here's the funny thing about corporate. They will be like, you need to do a podcast. You need to do a podcast. You need to do a podcast. Okay. Here's our idea.
They're like, whoa, not so fast. Whoa.
We got to have a meeting in 5 weeks to talk about how many meetings
We
we're going to
weren't
have.
serious or anything. That was a test.
I think it's going to be fun, though.
Yeah.
Like, I am truly looking forward to this. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
We can get a little bit edgier.
See, that's the thing, is we can do the things that, you know, like there's certain things certain words I can't say, certainly in Morning Drive.
We could have Bad Mouth Dan on the podcast.
We could have Potty Mouth Dan.
Oh my goodness.
But I think
We're
it's going to be a lot more than that. We're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to it. Because there's a lot of things that we just can't do, especially me. You have a little bit more of an open slate because you're 9 to 12. But in mornings, I'm somewhat restricted in what I can do because it's got to be like the news and just all this other stuff.
And it's like it's tough for you, and I don't know, maybe it's too much inside baseball for the audience, but there's so much audience turnover in Morning Drive that you almost have to compartmentalize your segments in such a way that it's not as free flowing as it could be back when you were doing middays.
Right. So I'm really looking forward to just being able to, do stuff that I want to do that I perhaps is not appropriate for the morning show for whatever reason. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I think you and I are going to have a great time.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it, man.
So,
we're going to crush.
Mostly peaceful with Dan and Chris. And by the way, thank you for putting my name first.
I did. Listen, when you said you got any ideas for names, I knew if I threw my name first, you would have been like, I don't like it.
That's a terrible name. Anyway, we'll keep you folks updated when it's actually going to start. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Hey, Joan.
Hey there. The race to reopen Heathrow Airport. Was there a fire there that's under investigation? We'll tell you about it. And is that car seat safe? There's a warning about what you buy online. Those stories and more coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I will be in 3 minutes. Eastbound 40, 857.
You said a minute ago that your favorite segment of the day was the cross. I think your favorite segment of Friday is actually my first segment.
Oh,
Clever girl.
That was good, Chris, actually. You're going to do something really interesting on the show today.
Yes, so a lot of bracket stuff has been going on. I don't know if you know this, but they're playing sports ball.
Yes.
It's the month of March.
Round ball. There's a lot of madness going on.
CNN put out something that I thought was really cool. And I know.
CNN.
I know.
Weird.
They put out a thing called the 2028 presidential bracket. And it's an interactive map that we're gonna do a segment where we crowdsource with the YouTube chat and the text line who wins these matchups. But first, I feel like you need to crap on the seeding.
Okay.
They have Josh Hawley at a 16 seed. Okay.
Okay.
They have Nikki Haley at an 8 seed.
That must be different conferences.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It gets even worse. They have who is it? There's so many bad ones. Governor Brian Kemp is the 3 seed on the Republican side.
The governor of Georgia?
Yeah.
14 or higher.
That is insanity.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then they got guys that we like Donald Trump Jr., 11 seed.
Okay, he's not in politics. That makes sense. That's fair.
I would put him in top 10.
I would think like 8 or 9.
Yeah, that feels about
8
right.
or 9. But Elise Stefanik, 14 seed. Do you feel like that's too low?
That's way too low. That's way too low. So my number 1 seed would be J.D. Vance.
Yep, and he's got the number 1.
My number 2 would be Marco Rubio.
I could see that.
All right. Where is he on that seed?
Number 5.
Okay. I hate to ask this of Chris. Where's DeSantis?
He's number 6.
Okay.
And don't worry, I already have an upset alert.
Oh, do you?
because while I will be crowdsourcing the matchups, I do reserve the right to overrule. And then they have the whole Democrat side as well. And something that stuck out to me, which is something I said yesterday, I do believe Stephen A. Smith is going to run for president.
Oh.
Is he on there?
Yes. And CNN put him on the bracket at a 13 seed.
Just put all my money on whoever Nikki Haley's playing against.
That'd be Ted Cruz.
Give me Ted Cruz.
Who's number 1?
Number 1
For
on
Democrats.
the Democrat side is Kamala Harris.
Oh,
my
please.
goodness.
Please let that be
16
true.
seat upset guaranteed.
Whatever. All right.
The 16 seed's Tim Walz.
Who
There's
else
no
you got
upset
coming
there.
on?
Oh, never mind.
Yes, John Amachukwu, Pastor John, he was in the room when Trump was signing the executive order to dismantle the Department of Education.
Nice.
I was texting with him last night. I said, man, you exposing all of this got us to this point.